Good evening. Thank you all for attending today's special meeting of the Santa Rosa City School Board. Opening this meeting Wednesday, November 16th, 2022. All in attendance, please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Well, we have a special meeting tonight, a study session, and we are going to begin with A2, public comment on non-agenda items. So I'm opening it up for public comment on non-agenda items. A2, I have two blue cards in-house. The first is Dakota Borgfeld. Dakota.
On agenda items.
I'm sorry, on agenda items only. Agenda items.
Can it hear me? Okay, is that good? Okay. Hello to the members of the board and the public. My name is Dakota Borgfeld, and I am a senior and peer counselor at Santa Rosa High School. The A through G requirements were designed with good intentions. However, they only set students up to go to a four-year college right out of high school. They do not take into account that being able to go to college is a privilege that most students do not get. Even if they work extremely hard to try to get there, many don't succeed. Students, including myself, want to graduate. However, more often than not, personal matters come up and school becomes a second priority for just enough time to do damage to a grade. Therefore, making it even more difficult than it already is to meet the A through G requirements. As a peer counselor, many of my clients struggle to meet the A through G requirements due to their home life situations. Some are not passing classes because they sleep 5 or more people to a room. Others take care of their siblings after school or have numerous jobs and struggle to get their work done efficiently while supporting their families and their mental health. Even people who do not face these extreme situations do not always have the discipline or time to do 3 or more hours of homework a day, which is ultimately demanded if students want to meet the A through G requirements and be an A or B student. Rather than supporting and strengthening abilities needed to succeed in more ways than just a college diploma, the A through G requirements only make students feel as though they are not smart enough to go to college and therefore not smart enough to even try to graduate high school. This is why not only graduation rates are going down, but the self-efficacy of the student bodies is going down as well, plummeting at a rate that's much faster than the plummeting rate of graduations. My request is that we find better ways to support students rather than making college their only option post-graduation, and to provide better resources for mental health to build the self-efficacy of students back up. Thank you.
Thank you. And next blue card is from Margie Brady-Long. Welcome, Margie.
Hi, I'm Margie Brady-Long. I'm a math teacher in the district. I am hopeful that you will expand your discussion and review to include academic success. The math pass rate in our district has been a long time concern, and A to G has exacerbated that concern. The state and our district in bygone days required 2 years of math, including Math 1. Students could take algebra readiness, Math 1, and graduate. That didn't mean they couldn't go on, but they could stop at that point if that's what worked for them. Now students need Math 1 and 2 additional years. There are no systemic supports to aid students in this, and data shows that our concerns continue. What can we do to address this? When can you address this? The graduation rate data that you're looking at does not include waivers. They have changed the landscape and deserve review. Credit recovery in summer school relies on ACELUS. Are students succeeding after getting credit this way? I look forward to hearing your discussion and hope that we can work toward better student success. Thank you.
Thank you, Margie. All right, we're going to open it up for public comment for those joining us remotely. Do we have folks joining us remotely who would like to speak on A2?
There are members of the public joining us on Zoom and would like to comment on the agenda item only. That's A2, agenda item only public comment. Please raise your hand at this time. President Sheffield, I do not see any hands raised.
Okay, we're going to move on to our B items, our action, our discussion items. B1, a discussion, district-wide data presentation. During tonight's study session, the board will hear and receive information regarding district-wide data to gain an understanding of the current status and trends of student enrollment, staffing, graduation rates, California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress scores, the CASP scores, and special education, as well as early learner data. So for our study session, I'm going to turn it over to you, Superintendent Trunell, and your team.
Thank you, Board President Sheffield, members of the board, those who are with us intimately in person and online. This is really exciting to me that we're able to finally bring the beginnings of, I believe, many discussions around data in our district. It's been a while since we've been able to look at a very high level set of data as just a start. And that is what tonight is about. It's the beginning discussions of what we currently see in our system and also the trends of various types of data. Before I go any further, though, I also am just excited to introduce Lisa Cavan, who is our new Associate Superintendent of Business Services and CBO. Welcome, Lisa.
Welcome. Yay.
Lisa's not presenting tonight, but she will have plenty of opportunities in the near future, along with other members of our team. Also, Mike Shepard could not be here tonight. So we have Vicki Zanz stepping in for HR to discuss some of our staffing data as well. Welcome, Vicki. And I'm just excited to see our students here as well. And thank you everyone for your comments. The thing that I ask as we embark upon this study session tonight is just to give grace as we dig into this data. There are a lot of things that have happened in this community, especially over years. That includes trauma, and we're not here to judge that. What we do want to see is just what is the current reality of data that we see in various data points. And if there are things that the board asked tonight that we don't have answers for, we know that we will take the time to research those things and come back with additional information. What you don't see tonight is some of those deeper levels of data, which includes getting down to a student achievement level, which we hope to bring back at a future conversation. That includes things like A through G, grade distribution, as far as DNFs, for example, and a variety of other student achievement data. So we hope to bring that back. There was a conversation a moment ago about a comment made about graduation and going on to college and A through G expectations. And we want to talk a little bit about the options that our students will have, and we'll do that at somewhat of a later time with the data points. But tonight it is high level data with some of the ways that we anticipate moving forward to address some of the disparities that we see. And so we do have a presentation. A lot of information has been uploaded to the board agenda, some of it new. So those things are labeled new as far as attachments. And we're going to have a saturation point, I imagine, with our discussion tonight. And there's way more data that we could bring, but this is a starting place. So thank you for your time this evening in engaging this conversation with us. All right, I'm going to share my screen. So tonight we bring to you a series of information, and the outcomes for tonight is to present information to the board and engage with you in a conversation around these data sets. We'd also like to engage in a conversation around board policies. So you'll see in the agenda that there are some of our board policies, not all, but some that are referenced for potential review and future potential revisions. And then we want to gather feedback from the board on other types of data that you would like to discuss and engage with us in the future at a future board study session. When we initially wanted to engage in these conversations, we imagined a series of these study sessions so that it was digestible enough that we can go back and take some actions and also do additional research to bring back to the board. So here we are tonight. Our MVPs, so as a district, our mission and vision is to ensure that we are preparing students for the future world that they're going to be living in. And also, as has been noted earlier, we want to ensure that we are preparing students for whatever future they want to see for themselves, which isn't always college going immediately following graduation. We have 7 strategic priorities as a part of our strategic plan, which are outlined here. And you'll notice that when we offer board agenda items, many of them, we will make connections to one or more of the strategic priorities to indicate how we are doing the work. You'll see in the circle there a number of opportunities from the state level for us to connect with the 8 state priorities and how we engage with our 7 district priorities. And so that's just there as a reference, knowing that the things that we do are also addressing the 8 state priorities, which are also identified in our LCAP and other planning that we do as a district. So we're going to move into staffing, and I'm going to hand it over to Vicki and literally move the mic, and I will navigate the slides for you.
Thank you. Thank you, President Sheffield, members of the board, Superintendent Chanel, and members of the Santa Rosa City Schools community. It's my honor to present tonight on behalf of the Human Resources Department. What I'll be sharing with you tonight is some information regarding our current staffing. And there's quite a few slides. I will be highlighting a few things from each slide. Our first slide deals with the staff demographics of all staff in Santa Rosa City Schools. And one of the questions that we ask when inputting information is to say either yes or no to Hispanic or Latinx. You'll see here that of our 1,631 employees, 435 or 26.7% responded yes to that question. 1,187 responded no, or 72.8%, and 9 declined to state or did not answer the question. To the side, you'll see a further breakdown of race and ethnicity. And you'll notice that not everybody who identifies as Hispanic in the first question then identifies as Hispanic Latino in the second question. Next one. Oh, here we go. Then we took the data, we broke it down a little bit further into classified data and certificated data. The first data that you'll see is our classified staff, where out of 623 classified employees, 289 identify as Hispanic yes, 330 as Hispanic no, and 4% decline to state. So we're almost at a half and half between Hispanic yes and Hispanic no in our classified staff. For certificated, you'll see that it's tilted a little bit differently. For the question, Hispanic yes, 147 of our 1,008 certificated employees responded yes. which is 14.6% of our certificated staff. And 856 or 84.9% responded Hispanic no, with only 5 declining to state. The next bit of data that we looked at was staff turnover. And we first looked at classified data. When we look at classified and certificated on both, we're looking at the time period from November 2021 to November 2022. So our first one is classified staff. We received 112 letters of resignation from our classified staff during that 12-month time period. If you look to the left, you will see it broken down a little bit further into the primary reason that people chose to leave the district. 23 of the 112 were retirees. So they left the district for very wonderful reasons. We all hope we can retire soon. But what is not included in this data, and what we will bring at another board work session, is the number of people that left the classified ranks to either move into management or move into a certificated position. That information is not included here. So if it says, for example, seek other employment, that may mean a promotion within the district. It's just not delineated in this data. Okay, we further broke that down into why people left. Ranking from highest was better salary, down to the lowest, which was they wanted less change in their day-to-day activities. So when you have some time, you can look through there to see some of the further reasons that people left the district in our classified staff. Breaking it down even further, it's broken down into which specific positions people were resigning from. So you'll see special ed assistants had the most resignations. And as a side note, that also happens to be where we get the most people moving from classified to certificated. So oftentimes certificated or classified special ed assistants will go ahead and get their credential and they'll move into the certificated ranks. But it's all broken down based on what job position people were in when they left the district. Or transitioned, yes. Okay, so again, for certificated, same time period, November 2021 to November 2022. There were 116 letters of resignation. One person did not fill out our informed K-12 form, so that information is not included in the data. But for everybody else, there were 115 certificated employees who resigned, and of those 24 retired. So you can see the rest had their reasons for leaving, seeking other employment as number one, but also moving from the area, and then those that declined to state are also a pretty high number. Broken down again to further reasons, be it better benefits, salary, environment, commute, etc. It's broken down. 59 employees did not answer that more specific question, which is why there are only 56 responses. So that's not a required section on the form. And then by position. So secondary teacher all the way down to TOSA, which is a teacher on special assignment. And the numbers that resigned for or retired, remember retirees are included in this number, the number that resigned or retired from those positions. And then again, broken down even more by site. So this is not in numerical order, it's in alphabetical order. You can see how many people either resigned or retired from each of our different sites. Yes. Okay, so the anomaly was CCLA. You will see this anomaly kind of run through. And those of you that have been on the board for a while know my heart and connection to CCLA, but the numbers are different for CCLA because we're not looking at a small K-8 charter. We're looking at a school that is in essence a full elementary and a full middle school. So those numbers may look larger than schools of comparable kinds. For example, the Arts Charter, which is also a K-8. Another reason that there is some difference in the statistics for CCLA are the teachers that were able to choose to move to another school because the school became a charter. And we offer them the opportunity to move to another school site instead of staying at the charter. Okay. Thank you.
And so that concludes the presentation about staffing. We'll pause here to see if the board has any questions or comments before we move into enrollment.
Do we have any data that reflects unfilled positions by site, just to see where there may be gaps in some sites versus others?
We do have that data. It's not a part of the presentation tonight, but we can do a follow-up with the board on that.
I see Trustee Taylor Cruz has her hand raised as well.
President Sheffield, thank you for that. It's really, really helpful, I think, for us to see the exit interview data. I'm also curious if we have data that shows essentially, okay, representation. So how do we show kind of our classified and certificated staff as reflected either at a site level or a district level? How do our staff reflect our kids? So if there's some way of showing that. And then I think the other thing that we found really useful at the county level is also to reflect what's happening demographically at all levels of our county. So we know, for example, that the higher you get in our county, the whiter you get in our county, right? That the underrepresentation for people of color in our county actually is exacerbated the higher you go in the district. And I would just be curious if we have kind of that breakdown as well, to see, where are the particular needs where we really need to be thinking about representation and cultural responsiveness, and that skill set. And I would be really curious to know also, how often do we collect demographic data about our district, about our staff, and both classified and certificated? And do we do any kind of explaining why we ask this information, that, why it's important for us for anti-discrimination purposes, because we care about who people are, because we want them to bring their whole selves to work, because we'd love to know, who folks are and how they reflect inside of our district. And then the last thing I wanted to know is, do we have a sense of bilingualism? Or do we collect any data in terms of who speaks multiple languages in our district? And that I also feel like would be an important thing for us to be able to reflect inside of our staff data. Thank you again for this work.
Thank you for the questions. I'll try and remember going back to the beginning. I think that this is data that we have access to. We did not prepare for tonight, but I think it'll be a really good complement to follow up with the board as we continue to dig into the data that we have. I believe the answer to the question of how often, I believe we ask probably staff one time when they're hired what their ethnicity is. By law, we cannot force them to tell us. And we do ask the question. And there's actually language in the law that says a district can guess what a person's ethnicity is if they don't tell us. And we don't venture to do that.
Yeah.
Well,
But
I think Superintendent Chanel, it's that if they don't tell you, then we are supposed to guess.
that
And
is correct.
And so I actually think that we're seeing that challenge as well in the county, is that it actually is very dangerous for an institution to hazard a guess as to how people identify. And so that's why it's even more critical for us to, tell people the why and like what our values are around recognizing the importance of representation inside of our system, because we care about those things in a positive way, because we are about representation and anti-discrimination, and we don't want to make any assumptions about you, but that's what the law requires us to do unless you choose to tell us. So I want to clarify that piece, because I do think it's a really important clarification. So it's not, we could if we wanted to, it's actually we are required to, for federal anti-discrimination purposes, to guess if you don't tell us.
That is correct. It's not something that we would prefer to do, to guess. And so I think what I'm hearing is going back to examine our practice and really making sure that we are emphasizing why and the importance of knowing. To your question about bilingualism, I know that on job applications, we ask if they are bilingual and in what languages. It's not required to answer that piece. However, I think it's something for us to explore. We did do something similar, if you'll recall, earlier in the fall, when we were looking to provide additional support to our families at all of the back to school nights. And so we cast a wide net in the district to ask our staff who would be willing, who's bilingual. And that actually yielded a really wonderful set of data that we shared with the board earlier about how many individuals were willing to support that effort. It sounds like we might want to examine, sorry, I'm looking at Vicky, sorry, Mike isn't here, for us to think about how we have future conversations about really celebrating our staff who are bilingual and making sure that we're very purposefully collecting that information. I also appreciate your point about as people move through different pieces of the organization and as they have promotions, what that breakdown looks like. We don't have that tonight, but we definitely can prepare that.
Thank you, Trustee De La Cruz. Trustee Fong.
No? Yes. Thank you very much. So for example, on the slides where classified, you're doing numbers of classified leaving or certificated leaving. Is tonight's presentation mostly just giving us the data, or we're looking at it like a trend? So how do we know a trend? How do we know if this year is an anomaly, if we're getting better, worse, whatever better, worse means? Where are the comps, and is that another time?
That's a great question. Okay. Taking a look at the data right now, it's current status.
Can't hear.
One of the things. Sorry, I think people can hear me now. I believe the data that we're showing you tonight as far as staffing is really sort of the current reality. Obviously, the retirement trends are over the last year. So we're giving you a 1 year sort of bird's eye view of that kind of trend between November last year and November now, what the trend as far as why people are deciding to leave. We would have to dig a little bit further and provide over years, which we know that the 1920 school year is going to be an interesting one. If we dug back, we definitely saw more people leaving our district and retiring during that particular year. Yeah, I think in many industries we noticed that. But for this data tonight, it's a bird's eye view over a year of time.
So, I just kind of want to follow on that, and I see other hands raised. With the trends, perhaps with the data that we're seeing tonight, if there are areas where we would really want to dig a bit deeper, we will identify that. Is that my understanding?
Yes, that's why we're here tonight, to hear your questions.
Okay.
So that we can dig deeper and go into areas of the data that you haven't.
Okay, and I have one, but I will go to Director Bowie.
Is it working? A major issue we have is with both classified and certificated is how they both want better salaries and benefits. So, and we've seen how that's been an ongoing issue. So like, what are steps that we're taking as a district to make sure that we're being more attractive as a district to get more staff?
So we do work with both of our unions through the negotiations process. And we also have to be mindful of sort of our bottom line when it comes to our budget and the projections, which you'll hear more about at the December 14 meeting when we bring the first interim report. And you can see over a 3-year period what that means for us. Any decision that we make today has a ripple effect on our budget in future years. And so we balance that through the negotiations process as well, so that we can try and stay competitive. We are the largest district in the county. I think we have work to do when it comes to things like health benefits. We know that that is an issue. And, you know, once upon a time, we were at $0 for benefits. So I think we've come quite a ways to where we are now, and we definitely can grow. But we are continuing to look at ways to be more competitive, including offering signing bonuses, which the board recently approved this school year in order to make us more attractive.
Thank you, Director Bowie. I see Trustee Medina.
Thank you, President Sheffield. The question that I had is actually more of a follow-up along something that Director De La Cruz brought up. Just if we do look into the language of staff, I think I'm also interested in knowing how many of the positions that we have are bilingual positions. And I'm also curious if we could also extract data maybe from language preferences on Parent Square that kind of maybe identifies additional language needs that we might not be able to meet on a staff level. And if we're looking at staff language abilities, I'm just, you know, I'd want to make sure that anytime that we request of staff to use a bilingual skill, that it's something that is a paid skill. So I just want to make sure that we don't not pay folks for using that skill, because I think it's about a skill that's very valuable, and I always like to advocate for that skill to be paid. So just wanted to add that.
Thank you, Trustee Medina. Trustee Flores.
Yeah, so in terms of the follow-up questions and the statistical turnover, were those a pop-up menu sort of answers, or were these entered by individuals? Because I am.
Do you mind repeating the question? Sorry, I turned mine on.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Were these answers already self-populated, or were these entered by the individuals who filled out the survey?
For those who are leaving.
Right. Yes.
The form that we use has a drop-down menu. So there is not a place on the form for them to fill in information to be more specific. So we would need to either add that to the form or follow up with people when they leave, which oftentimes is difficult.
Right. I would suggest that we have another category and add that, just because there were quite a few people who did not follow up on that secondary. And is there any way that we can make that secondary question mandatory? Because I heard that it wasn't mandatory, and this is why the data is a little bit skewed.
Mic time. We can definitely look at that. I would want to be sure that we just reference any legislation first to make sure that we're not forcing people to share a reason when legally we can't do that. I can't put my finger on any law, So we'll just research that and make sure. And if it doesn't exist, then yes, I think that we should.
And lastly, this goes back to what Director De La Cruz mentioned. In order to have an equity mindset, intentionality has to be in the forefront. So in keeping that in mind, do we have any systems in place that have been developed to retain or promote folks within our organization? Mentorship programs?
I think it's a goal of ours. It's been something that when I joined the district, there were conversations going on about. I think we want to talk about several ways that we help to build connections for our staff, including affinity groups and other ways to build leadership development. I know it was something that I discussed with Cabinet last year to have aspiring administrator programs. And also we are exploring how we can grow more opportunities for some of our classified employees to consider becoming teachers as well. And all of these things we have the ability to build within our district. So I think we're right on the horizon of those potentials.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Trustee Flores.
I'm not done yet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I thought there was one last question. Go ahead.
Thank you. And to follow up with that, I just wanted to say that it's important that we not only think in terms of those systemic changes or add-ons, but also what other systemic changes can we do to make sure that we add the number of representation in the different levels, just to piggyback with what Director De La Cruz mentioned, because we need to be intentional with these outreach programs, not just offer them, but we have to make sure that representation is at every single level of this organization. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And Trustee Manieri?
Yeah, I just thought of something. Is there something that keeps us from collecting data a little bit more frequently, maybe like annually? I heard in the presentation earlier that we collect race and ethnicity data only when someone is hired and onboarded. Yeah, I'm wondering if there's something that keeps us from having data that's a little bit more accurate and that represents who we have on staff currently. And also, I just want to acknowledge that we didn't have gender expression represented in the data. And so is there something that keeps us from asking that information? If we can't, can it be an optional question? And third, I really appreciate qualitative data. Do we use qualitative methods for data collection?
So when we think about the hiring process, we are prohibited from asking questions about gender, age, for example, as well as race initially. So as well as marital status, etc. So legally, we cannot do that. However, I think this conversation opens up an opportunity for us to consider, which would have to be voluntary, but perhaps building what the profile is of our district and considering collecting some information annually about how we honor the identities of our employees. Yeah.
Thank you. It sounds like there are a lot of limitations when it comes to the HR process of obtaining data. And so if there's an opportunity to do that outside of that process, perhaps we could have, like you said, a profile of our district.
Right. Thank you, Trustee Manieri and Trustee McCormick.
I just wanted to remind or encourage, because it happened like on one of the first slides. I would really be interested in the breakdown of why there was staff turnover on the seek other employment, because it looks startling. But if they're moving up into different positions within our district, that is good. So I would definitely like to see that followed up eventually.
I don't know. Am I turned on? Yes. Okay. We actually had thought about that when we were going through the data originally earlier this week, and we're going to be adding a drop down choice to the form that says promoting or transferring.
All right, we're gonna go back to you, trustee Flores.
Maybe you already have this, but in terms of the outliers, follow-up data on not the qualitative part, but the more the anecdotal part as to why do we have those outliers out there, outliers out there, like CCLA, for example, with longitudinal set of information, not just a one-time thing, and to see if it's actually an issue that we need to address. Okay.
Okay, I do not see other hands raised. I just have a quick question before we move on. And because I think for some reason, I think information has come in the past, maybe a historic analysis of, there was a slide about site location for certificated turnover. What sites? I was trying to see if there was a trend in the numbers. Because this is just a snapshot, we don't get a full glimpse. Be interesting to see where we're having turnover for various reasons. Maybe we could track, whether, what schools, whether it's elementary or middle high. Trustee Fong.
So the slide that's certificated turnover statistics by site. Thanks for
Right.
those numbers. It's hard to understand what those numbers mean when we don't know percent, right? Ratio. So that would be just a fairly easy thing to put on the side.
All right.
Just so that I'm clear, so when we're looking at the turnover statistics, so if it says Biella, there's 5, that's out of how many staff total? Is that what you mean?
I'm not a statistician. I wish I was better at it. So for example, Biella, 5 people turning over. Is that 5% of their total staff, right? Because if another school is turning over 20%, and sometimes when the numbers are very small, it really will skew it. But that would give us more context. And over time, we can see more context too, in terms of people leaving or staying. So yes, not overall district, but per site, I think would tell a more telling story.
All right, trustee Flores. No? Okay. Looks like we are ready to continue. Thank you.
It is true. There's about 70 slides under enrollment. I'm not going to go through each and every one of them. I'll hit some highlights and talk about. You're Sharon. You're fine. I'll hit some highlights. I'll talk about methodology, what we're looking at. I'll talk about trends between our school districts, the county and the state where we have that information available, and hit highlights along the way. And certainly if you have questions, please ask those as we go. Just kind of set the stage. What we did in this particular setting was we set the year 2013, 2014 as a base year, picked it not totally out of random, but it was far enough ago that we could really talk about trends. And then we measured everything off of that base year. So it's kind of like a normal year, if you will, in the life of Santa Rosa City Schools. And we compare everything against that year, except in a couple of noted places. Information for the current school year 22-23 are estimates. Everything else was drawn from public data sources. In fact, it was all taken from DataQuest. A few acronyms you'll see throughout will be SED, which is to remind you socioeconomically disadvantaged, which is not just free and reduced, but it's the migrant, the juvenile hall, the foster youth folks as well. English learners, EL is the English learners. UPC is the unduplicated pupil count. We included that, which is a combination of SED, unduplicated. So if you're in one or both, you're in the UPC one time. And keeping in mind that that's one of our funding, that's one piece of the funding source. And then BE is our shorthand for base enrollment, which is again the 2013-2014 school year. In this slide, what we're looking at is the total enrollment in our district by elementary, secondary, the district taken as a whole, the county and the state. And what we see in the trend is in the 2013-14 year, which we're calling our base year, enrollment was 100%. In the elementary, you see the trend of enrollment is down, as in declining, consistently over the window of time up to the current present year. And we see a similar trend, though not as pronounced in secondary. And when we combine the two districts, the trend isn't as pronounced. It's because the secondary district, remember, is about twice the size of the elementary district. The county's experiencing the same kind of decline that we're seeing in our combined district. And the state is seeing a bit of a decline, but it's not as pronounced as what we see in our own county. What we don't know is what the county and the state numbers are for this school year. They're not available, and I don't expect those to be available until much later in the school year. Then we took a few slices of data. The data reporting for students' race and ethnicity is as follows. When a student registers, the family, the parent picks Hispanic or Latino, a yes, no. If they pick yes, that is the value that is reported to the state. We do not then report other races if they are declared. If this parent or student picks no, then a race is chosen, and that is what's reported. So these are students who are reporting they are white. They are not Hispanic, they're not Latino. They are reported as white, just for clarity. And what we see here is a trend which appears to be more pronounced in terms of declining enrollment. So what that says is in our district, we are seeing a greater decline in the white enrollment. And the county and the state is also seeing a similar trend. Next slide, please. So as I stated before, that first question is, are you Hispanic, Latino? It's a yes, no. So these are students who have made that choice. Doesn't matter what race they've selected afterwards. So we reported to the state Hispanic, Latino. And interesting, we have mixed information here. We have a declining enrollment of Hispanic, Latino in elementary, but our secondary has changed. And one of the things that is caught up in this change is we brought on CCLA as a school in secondary, and we added 7th and 8th grade to it. So it's in the elementary district, but we brought on some secondary years. So we've taken some kids from our secondary district and brought them to our elementary district. And those are the last couple of years. So it monkeys with the stuff a little bit, but our overall trend for the district is our Hispanic population overall has declined some. Not quite the same trend in the county and not quite the same trend in the state. I would say overall in our county, we've grown a little bit in Hispanic. And overall for the state, we've had a slight decline. The smaller the data population, the more the data becomes less reliable. Our African-American population is relatively small to the district, but again, we're seeing the same trends. Our Asian population, which is an amalgam of several different regions of Asia. It's not just one piece. So in our staffing data, you saw we sliced it up a little bit more granular, but the state reporting is Asian as a larger collective. And so we're seeing that same trend in our district and our county of a lower number of Asian students, where the state is really seeing what appears to be a growth, although it's hard to say what's happened in the last couple of years. Next. 2 or more races means the student, the parent chose explicitly more than one race. They can choose up to 5 on the registration document. Most all of ours choose no more than 3. We are definitely seeing an increase in our district of 2 or more races as a selection. I have no idea why that is, but we are also seeing that in the state, the county and the state as well. And apologize for the state becoming so large in this. They're seeing a very big growth. I don't quite remember how much higher it went, but I wanted to focus on our districts rather than have that get lost in the size of the graph. And the next piece is socioeconomically disadvantaged students, and this one is all over the board. I'll remind the board that in 2017, as a result of the fire, every student that was displaced by the fire was allowed to be marked as a socioeconomically disadvantaged student. So we had a kind of an unnatural spike there because of the loss of the fire. And that marker, I believe, went on for a couple of years. I don't have that one off the top of my head. We also had some data anomalies when the federal government said free kids for all, free food for all students, which we all cheered. It also meant that our reporting of socioeconomically disadvantaged, which is largely collected by free and reduced lunch forms, went down dramatically. The state has instituted a new approach to that. We can ask 2 simple questions on registration and or annual update documentation from parents. Question 1 is how many people in your household? And question 2 is what income band do you belong to? Those 2 questions do not have to be verified by anybody. We ask that of every student every year at this point, and that is part of what establishes our free and reduced lunch count, which is a very large part of socially economically disadvantaged. Additionally, within the category of SED, we do what's called direct certification. So when the state of California identifies a family as being on free and reduced, SNAP, some other programs, they're marked in a state database, which we automatically collect and bring in. So they don't require any kind of a form. As much as we cheer the increase in collecting this information, it's also on the flip side of that is a clear representation of disadvantaged folks from a financial situation. Next slide. This slide represents the EL trend. And again, I want to remind the board that the pandemic played a pretty large role in an exodus of students, difficulty in doing the work for redesignation and supporting EL students. And it's really unclear because of the wild swings in the last 4 or 5 years of data, really what's going on. But in the big picture, it looks like we have a decline in EL students, although in the last 3 years, one would argue we have an increase. A little early to tell, but we will definitely be keeping our eye on that trend. And this just summarizes the SED and the EL together. It kind of evens out some of the undulations because there's a fair amount of overlap. And I apologize for the elementary line that I failed to fix. We don't actually have millions of students. I will get that updated in this. I will get this updated. I wish we had millions of elementary. I don't know. That's a big district. I'll get that little formatting issue corrected for the board. Looks like I'm going through most of these. This is charter schools. It's even more complicated with charter schools. Again, the comparison is base year 2013-14, keeping in mind CCLA was born and grew over time. So that has an impact on our larger district as well as our charter schools. Comparisons, data available for some of the comparisons were not available for 13-14. So we had to recalibrate state and county for the 14-15 school year. And we also want to make note that in 21-22 was the closure of the Cook campus and the bringing on a CCLA with those 7th and 8th grade students. So there's a lot of oddities in this. And for that reason, you'll see all the slides duplicated. There'll be one slide with CCLA showing, and then another slide with the same data with CCLA not showing.
Does that what you mentioned about that CCLA Cook shift, the Cook closure, is that does that impact the data that the slides we just saw also? Okay, that might answer some of my questions. Thank you.
For those, the first slide, it looks like Thank you. That first slide, it looks like nothing's happening in all of our charter schools except for CCLA, and that's because the growth of CCLA was so dramatic, it wipes everybody out. So let's flip to the next slide. And here what we can see is the Santa Rosa Charter School for the Arts has had an increase over time, as the French American Charter School, although they've kind of undulated around, not being consistent. And the accelerated charter school is almost completely flatlined. And I just want to remind everyone that's 2 grade levels, 2 classes per 128 students every year. So we don't really expect that one to change much. And overall, we see that the charters have grown, and they've grown overall in part because of what happened with CCLA absorbing 7th and 8th grade. The county's seen a relatively flat line in charter school growth, but the state overall has seen an increase. And the remaining slides under the charter school realm are the same breakdown by race, ethnicity, socioeconomically disadvantaged, EL, and unduplicated pupil count. And I think that the interesting piece in this collection of slides, we see the same kinds of trends, but interestingly, in the slides around SED, we see some spikes at the accelerated charter school, which upon reflection, those spikes occur in the year of the fires. So it's expected, it's unusual. So keep that when you're looking at those slides later on in mind. So this is the white trends for the same groups. That's okay. This is Hispanic again with CCLA present. It's hard to tell what's really going on. Next slide. And here we show the trends without CCLA in there, but keep in mind that SRCS charters does include the CCLA data. Again, it's the African American enrollment population, and here I urge you great caution to remember it's a very small population in our district in general. It's a much smaller population at our charter schools. So just a few students will make some potentially wild changes in that data. Oh, this one that was without the CCLA. Thank you. That's without CCLA, and this one is Asian population. Again, it's a small population, so we can have big changes with just a few students. And then that's just without CCLA in the picture. And this is the 2 or more race. And this is the socioeconomically disadvantaged, which we've seen some interesting changes, and those big spikes are in the years of the fire. And then next one, we'll wrap it up. So EL population for our charter schools. CCLA again has kind of overwhelms the slide, but you can see CCLA's EL population has grown. Part of that is the newcomers go to CCLA as well. So there's a bit of a magnet program for newcomers. So we'll have a higher concentration of EL students there. And the same trend that occurs in our West Side schools as well. And the next slide without CCLA. So we've had a couple of places where we've had some oddity spikes, like at the Santa Rosa Arch Charter School. One year we had what seems like an enormous change, but if you look at the data, it's because of small numbers. Santa Rosa Shreks, thank you. That's Santa Rosa Accelerated Charter School. Sorry, too close acronyms right there. And this is the unduplicated pupil count, which is the combination of the 2 SED and EL. And that's without CCLA. And maybe a pause here before we go into student movement.
Board members, questions? All right, let's continue. Okay, hold on. We got trustee Flores.
I think you'll answer this in the next set of slides, but I did notice that in the secondary schools, looking at the overall picture, not segregated data, we've lost quite a few. Well, we lost a lot at the elementary level and we picked up at the secondary level. Do we know exactly why that is the case? I know it's not immigration because our EL numbers are pretty low in terms of at the secondary level, but do we have any sort of information as to what happens between elementary and secondary, and how are we able to pick those numbers up?
I think part of that is understanding a geographical picture of our district. Our elementary district is about this size, and our secondary district geographically is this size. So we pick up, our elementary district is roughly 5,000 students. And when you look at our secondary district, we go to another 10,000 students. So we're drawing students. Part of our shift in demographics is because we are now drawing from other areas with less diversity than our elementary district has. Another piece of that puzzle is definitely going to be what's the impact of CCLA drawing the 7th and 8th grade now out of the secondary district and into the elementary district / charter school. And I don't have a full picture on that. That is actually part of a topic for future work that my team is doing.
Thank you. And do we have any information as to, or data, when other charter schools opened up, not Santa Rosa City Schools charter schools, but other charter schools that opened up, and the draw that they took away from our students?
Director Flores, it's kind of like you're reading my mind and things we don't know. One of the things that has become really clear to us, we do have a picture of the number of students that have left our district on the county district transfer process. What we don't know is the makeup of those students, and my team is looking into how we could collect that data, because we think it's actually really important to know who is leaving and why they're leaving. So we're looking at some possible ways of collecting that within the law of when we do a transfer, and we'll have more for the board on that. It might actually involve a policy change, which we're not at the place of having that conversation, but certainly we're with you on, we want to know that answer.
I see Trustee Medina's hand.
Yeah, I think I also kind of was wondering what was going on there at the elementary level. And I don't know if we have a way to like kind of see, but looking at that period of time from 2013 forward, one of the big issues that I think has existed has been the availability of housing. And I'm wondering like how much of the city's population growth and or housing has been outside of our elementary district, where maybe not so many new families are coming in, and the more outside of our district. I don't know if we have any ability to kind of see that maybe during that period of time. But that was one of the things that I was thinking might have been an issue.
That question is part of the work that Lisa's team does in terms of projections, and we do contract with a couple of organizations to do studies. Part of that is housing and its impact on our district. That is information that comes every year that we study in terms of figuring out the projections, but I don't know how far out they can truly project. And Lisa and I just had this conversation earlier today. It'll be my first foray into having a direct lens into that process. So more to come on that one, but it's a fair question. How is new housing going to impact our district? And I don't know what happened with my computer.
Yeah, I dropped out.
I'm totally fried.
All right, did that answer your question, Trustee Medina?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll just continue, Rand.
Sorry, I was kicked out, so.
Oh, hi.
Hi. Rand's frozen too.
Are either of you able to just pull up the thing? I got it memorized. Not really. The next one's complicated. I am just totally cooked.
Does anyone else have access to the PowerPoint?
I got the PowerPoint. Thank you. Can you
Share it,
share it?
please?
Yeah, we were at. Share screen. No, here, go.
Make sure it's the
This-
one that
this slide
is the
here.
active one.
Yes, he's in the right
Okay,
one.
good.
And then I'll just. I can't share screen. Oh, you can't share?
Need to be made a
Oh,
post.
you're dead too. Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
okay, technical difficulties.
well, we tested everything but this one.
Can you connect? Okay. I don't want to make you share. I want to, it's interactive. Hey, look at that. Hey. Uh-oh.
All right, I'll have to remember where I'm at. Okay. We had a curiosity in my department. It's actually been a curiosity for several years about student movement, and could we come up with a way to quantify it and visualize it and really essentially bring it to life. And part of bringing it to life is what's the actual impact on our school sites? What are the ins and outs? What demographics are moving in and out of a school site? And I will say in doing this work, we discovered a few data issues that we cleaned up about 85% of, and we have more cleanup to do. So the data I present in the next series of slides is pretty good. It's not 100%. It's not 100% partly because of ways we have to code students when they go into a charter school and ways we have to code students when they don't attend their school of residence. We found some issues with that. We had sites do some cleanup. Part of the reason we had to repost was because we found these things and we corrected some of it, but we know we still have some more work to do. So we're going to talk about in the next series of slides, movement between sites within the district. And we're going to look at elementary schools, middle schools, high schools, and charter schools. And like I say on this slide, it's highlighted some deep needed data cleanup. We understand that in transfer records and some other stuff that I'm sure will pop up as we do that work. Next slide. All right, so what we're doing here is basically a chart of movement. So on the first column, the school to, that is the receiving school. And then across the top is the school from, and the diagonal should always be empty in that situation, because you shouldn't be transferring from your own school back to yourself. And that was one of the things that alerted us to some data issues. So we are going to continue with the cleanup. And what we can see here is in the elementary district, there's a smattering of movement around. Some schools have higher number of exits and entries, and some schools have no exits at all. And similar for the middle schools and the high schools. We included CCLA in this slide for exactly the reason that Director Flores brought up, which is like, what's its impact been? So CCLA receives 363 students from our middle schools. And of those, 207 come from Comstock, 37 from Slater, 2 from Rincon Valley, and 87 from Santa Rosa Middle School. So there's a very high number of students at CCLA now that would have come from Comstock. But keep in mind, when we reboundaried for middle school for that change, Comstock picked up a lot of students. I cannot tell you which students were in the old Cook boundaries that are now in the Comstock boundary, the Santa Rosa Middle School boundaries. That information is unfortunately non-existent for us, because we don't keep that information in the system. There was no marker to put it in. The resident school is a data point that is put in manually by the registration staff when a student puts in for an intra-district transfer. There have been other things where I've asked myself why. We managed to collect fire data, for instance, because we had a moment of clarity in the middle of fires and we added pieces. We unfortunately did not manage to collect that information. So overall, 724 students in the middle school ages move to go somewhere, ins and outs. And at the high school level, what we see there is Elsie Allen High School. That number is, something is wrong. I can tell you something's wrong. Something shifted. We reran that data, and I bet when it was re-alphabetized, I'm just going to strike that high school trend entirely because I know it's not right, and I don't know what my computer's doing. So we're gonna cut. The entire high school slide is wrong. LCL and high school, we'll be able to see these at a granular level, and LC is one of those that we highlight. So you'll see when we look at LC in a minute why I know it's wrong. And this is a charter school slide. Charter schools and where they receive their students from, because our charter schools, some of them span grades TK to 8. We included the middle schools in this, and you can see where part of the population comes from. And we've added the last column outside Santa Rosa City Schools. These are students that do not live in our attendance area that are attending one of our charter schools. And that data we have accurately in the computer system. Yes.
Just to clarify, outside SRCS, the 276 number, those are kids who live outside of our district who are now attending CCLA. So 758 kids are being pulled into our district from other districts to go to our charters. Okay.
And why does the bottom line where it says 758 over on the side say total leaving if they're coming in?
That looks like
Leaving our regular schools, going into charters.
so 758 students left outside of our district to come into ours. Happy to clarify that, and I'll try and figure out a way that doesn't need clarification later.
Director Van Dyke, just really quickly, the LH is Learning House.
That is, yes, that is correct. LH is Learning House. Yeah, that doesn't look right.
How do we have 907 Learning House?
Yeah, Learning House has less than 30 students now.
Sorry, I can't hear anything on Zoom.
It looks to me like the Learning House data is incorrect as well. So those last two slides are going to have to be reviewed. I can't tell anything. My computer's gone total vacation.
Yeah, the learning house was just the sum of everything above.
Yeah, so there's an issue with that line.
Yeah. Thank you for that. You're absolutely correct. I see it. I see it now. Okay, next slide. So that, yes, this is current. These are current. This is current enrollment. So this is a summary of this slide summarizes the student's resident school, meaning if they attended the school that they lived in the attendance boundary for. I'll take Brook Hill, for instance, resident school, 349 students live within that attendance boundary. I know that because A, the student attends Brook Hill without an inter-district transfer, or B, the student attends another school on an inter-district and we mark in that they came from Brook Hill. So we know that we have 349 students that if we didn't do any transfer between schools, they would attend Brook Hill. The current enrollment are the students actually enrolled. So after we've done open enrollment processes, 304 students remain at Brook Hill. And the final column is a positive or a negative depending upon whether or not it's movement in or movement out. So at Brook Hill, they have a negative 45 student leave. They have 13% of their population exit the school. And then that's repeated for the rest of that column.
Just a clarifying question on this for the elementary schools. Does this include students who leave because they're matriculating into middle school or to a secondary school?
No, this is where they live and where they would attend. This isn't after the completion of. So we did that analysis for all of the schools, the traditional schools, and we offer to you the movement. It's the ins and outs at a very high level. There's no we didn't slice the data down to ethnicities, races, or any of that stuff. This is just high level, total in, total out. I saw Jill's hand first.
If they go to one of our charter schools, they would be considered out of that district. So do we have that data?
Sorry, I ended up cutting you off before you finished.
Do we have that data of if they're still in our district? Or
so that was. There we go. These microphones are fun. That's the slide before. This tells you where they came from, what school would have been their school of residence. So taking CCLA, for instance, Albert Biela Elementary School gave up 24 students, 24 resident students. Does that make sense?
yeah, it's been a long day. Yeah, I'm just trying in my brain to figure out, like looking at Brook Hill, 349 students are supposed to be going to Brook Hill and 304 go. So we have about 40 students that went somewhere else. Do we have a breakdown of if they went to a charter within our district or if they went to another school outside our district?
Somewhat. 10 of those students from this graph went from Brook Hill to CCLA. One of those students went from Brook Hill to Santa Rosa Charter School for the Arts. 16 of those students went to Santa Rosa Accelerated Charter School. So
So on that current enrollment, they are still in our district. Okay. Got it. Okay, got it. Okay, I was thrown off because in the last slide, we have the outside of Santa Rosa City Schools. So I'm like, where are they going? Okay, got it. Thank you.
So just to answer your question and using the microphones, all of the students are currently in the district. That was the response to the question that we're looking at that previous slide. All right, thanks. Yep.
Okay, you said this, but it was quick. Open enrollment. So the resident school, let's look at Herbert Slater Middle School, resident school, 759. This is including open enrollment or it doesn't include open enrollment?
So the resident school are the number of students that would have attended had we done nothing. So no open enrollment. The next column over is after open enrollment's been processed. Out of district transfers have been processed. Of that data, I don't have that for you today. That's something we have to work on, and that's part of our further work to bring back, because that's that's one of the other important pieces that we just don't have that data on in a handy place right now.
I'm having a brain blip. Elementary school, SL is. Thank you.
Steel Lane, right?
Yes, SL is Steel Lane. Ever.
I'm a little bit confused here. So I'm looking at the slide that you have on right now, and I'm comparing that with slide 52. I'm looking at Brook Hill. It sounds like 100 students left per that slide, but yet on that slide, on the slide that I see here, it says 45 students left. So that one gives us a total of 100 that left, right?
Well, the
Disregard
real
the
number is 50, it's not 100,
That's part of the error.
Yeah.
but there's still a difference of 5. 50 versus 45.
Yeah, there's an error in the slide in that Learning House is labeled there, and we didn't include that piece of data, and it's written over. So there weren't 100 students from Brook Hill. It should be 45.
That's still 50 though. 2316, that's 50.
The Learning House data is all skewed, so.
Right, but without counting Learning House, I'm 23 plus 16 plus 1 plus 10, that's 50 versus 45. So
And so that slide, I want to go back to the drawing board and find out what's wrong with it rather than try to guess it now, but you're absolutely correct. They're not internally consistent.
And I will just say it's possible because we're talking about on this slide, students who are residents within that school's boundary. And the current enrollment, 5 could be from outside of the area, of that area, who's transferred into the school.
That makes sense, yeah.
All right, like next on to the middle school. I thought it turned blue. I meant, all right, student movement continued. The next series of slides are, it's taken us a while to get to a place where we feel like we have an understandable way to explain what we're going to show you. And I definitely am open to questions and suggestions about what we're trying to show you. We have a little difficulty with the tool that we use because we can't assign, it'll make more sense here in a moment, we can't assign colors to an ethnicity group. So we've had to do a little trickery with the tool. You're going to see a series of pie charts with graphs. On the left-hand side, we're going to have the homeschool ethnicity. And what I mean by homeschool is the same thing as resident school. It's the ethnicity or the other descriptor of that school as if the students were to attend there because they live in that boundary. On the right-hand side, we'll have the actual enrollment of the school. The actual enrollment of the school does not differentiate between whether they came to us from out of the county, from out of our district, or whether they came from another school or attended that school. That's just the students that are there today. So I'll walk through that as I say it a couple of times because it's taken me a while to really get my head wrapped around it. The left-hand column will be the school makeup based on if they were to have attended there because they live in that area. And the right-hand side is they actually go to that school site. We'll have the students leaving their ethnicity. Those are the students that have left that school on an open enrollment. That's the only data that we have, open enrollment. We do not have it by school if they left on an inter-district. Students leaving, we're going to show you that by the parent ed level. We're going to show you the school unduplicated pupil count, the homeschool unduplicated pupil count, and we're going to show you the students leaving under unduplicated pupil count. And then a site next to that then is what the current makeup of the school is. And then if you want to see all the schools, we've attached that as an additional attachment to the piece. It's a little small for me to read from here, but I'll give it my best shot. This is Elsie Allen. I don't know if it'll help. And my computer decided to die. I'm gonna have to talk to IT about that. So the first, oh, thank you, Steve. That'll be a little easier. And he made it brighter too. I think he must think I need the help. I know how to accommodate. Yeah, I appreciate that. All right, first school that we're going to look at as a sample, picked somewhat at random, is James Monroe Elementary School. If we took the umbrella of residents based upon our boundaries as defined by board policy, the Hispanic or Latino population of that school would be 295 students. The white population of that school would be 17 students, and other, it's the lumping of the rest of the group is whatever the quick math, it's a fairly small number. And then multi-ethnic is also a similar small number. Not that they're unimportant, but we're trying to be able to see a trend here. To the right is how the school is actually today, the kids that actually are attending there. And what we have is the Hispanic population rose to 335 students. So they had an increase in population. So that means some Hispanic students went into the school. The white population went from 17 to 11. So there's a slight decrease in the white population. And then the multi and the others are their collection. So what we saw was the population, the makeup of the school increased its Hispanic leanings, if you will, based on open enrollment or school mobility. Students leaving, the ethnicity of the students leaving the school is broken down to one African-American student left, 51 Hispanic left, one multiracial left, 7 white students left, for a total of 60 students leaving. And considering that the school went from 330 to 367, we had an overall net increase. And so arriving is the right-hand column. What did we have arriving? So we actually had some ins and outs, which amounted to about 130 students moving either in or out into the school. Of the students going in, 2 were African-American, 65 were Hispanic, 2 were multi-ethnic, and 1 student was white. And the next slide, question.
So I get it. So I'm looking at, let's say, you know, how many white students left, for example, right? We have 11. So 7 out of 11, that's 63%. So the percentage at the bottom, I think, should reflect how many students actually, the percentage of students that actually left, right? Instead of the total amount, because that would be a little bit more representative of, you know, in terms of numbers, right? You know, I want to know how many actually, you know, what's the percentage of Latino students that left, right? Based on your base number of 335, right? How many, you know, multi-ethnic students left? How many white students left? Just in terms of data, right? Instead of giving that total amount, because that's, you know, that's the way I like to compare those numbers, right? Because you're giving us a baseline, and then the percentages at the bottom on the left hand side doesn't actually match that. So just FYI. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just had the same thought, like it would be, I think, helpful to see the data kind of side by side rather than like in a pie chart, because in the pie chart, we just see kind of like the aggregate data. And Monroe, for example, is a school that has a very high Latinx population. And so in each one of these pie charts, it overpowers the data. And so it's difficult to see the disproportions that we know exist in real time. So I think side by side data by race and ethnicity for these changes would be an easier way to digest it.
There's 2 separate things that I heard. I want to make sure I gathered them correctly. The most recent from Director Manieri is an easier way to see the data rather than the pie chart in terms of the overall view of the school site. We'll look into what we can do there. The first one from Director Flores is around which way to calculate the percentage. And though my degree is not in statistics, is mathematics, and it's the age-old, how do you slice that pie? Our representation here is of the students that left, the percent of that group. We can also look at that in some other ways. As I'm hearing you say, you're interested in what percent of the total population represented and that category left. And so we'll need to come up with a way to represent that as a separate piece. They are similar data looked at different ways. So we will work on that one. Next slide, please. Oh, Steve's gonna have to advance on my side too. He's really he's good at his job. I got him one-on-one. This is helpful. The next thing that we looked at was the homeschool. Again, remember that's the population as if they went to the school where they lived by parent ed level, and that's broken down into the typical categories of 1 at the highest ed level is the way that data is currently reported. By the way, that will be changing next year. We will be collecting the parent ed level for both parents according to a change in the law. But for now, it's the highest level achieved by either parent. So we've got grad school, college graduate, some college, high school, not high school, declined to state, and then the grand total. So we're looking at the same school, the same total population, but now we're looking at the parent ed level of that school. And then after migration, after student movement has occurred on the right-hand side, what is the makeup of the school at that point? And then looking down on the lower left, of students leaving the school, what is the parent ed level? And then on the right-hand side is of students entering into the school from outside of their attendance boundary, what is the parent ed level? Next slide, please. I got this one, Mr. Mazzaro. All right, the next is same setup. This time it's a yes or no. It's unduplicated pupil count. So keeping in mind that's the socioeconomically disadvantaged lumped in with language learners. And so prior to movement, it's 77.6% of the population at James Monroe is on the unduplicated pupil count side, and then not is the opposite, is the complement to that. In the current, once the movement has happened, we see that the unduplicated pupil count rises slightly to 79.3. And in terms of students leaving and students arriving, you can see that in the lower left and the lower right for James Monroe. We picked middle school somewhat at random to essentially walk through the same conversation. That is what happens prior to movement of students and then what happens after students actually move. And what we see in big picture trends for Santa Rosa Middle School is the Hispanic population there remains largely unchanged after movement. But interestingly enough, we have nearly 300 students. We have over 300 students that move either in or out of the school. So the population of the school changes, it trends downward a little bit over the movement, but there is a fairly high number of students either moving in or out of that school. And the next slide will break that down by parent ed level. Again, it's the parent ed level as if the school was populated by students that lived in its attendance boundary as compared to the population of the school after movement has occurred. And we see students exiting what their parent ed level is, and similarly for students arriving. And the last slide is the look at unduplicated pupil count for the same pieces, how the school looked before and after, which is largely unchanged in this case, and students leaving compared to students arriving, which not surprisingly is fairly similar because there's not a big shift in the population. And the last one is a look at one of our high schools. Elsie Allen High School, what is of interest here is that if there were no student movement, Elsie Allen High School would have a population of 1,637 students. And after school movement, Elsie Allen has a population of 1,057 students. And after movement, we do see an increase in the Hispanic population. And of additional note of interest is the number of students leaving far exceeds the number of students arriving. But I do want to point out we have students choosing to go to Elsie Allen on open enrollment. So they are drawing students. Next slide. Again, this is the breakdown by parent ed level for the same information. The makeup of the school changes based upon who it is that moves in and out. And the last one is the impact on the unduplicated pupil count for the school before and after. And we do see an increase, a little bit more than negligible, although it isn't completely changing the unduplicated pupil count, keeping in mind that socioeconomically disadvantaged and English learner status.
Up here, the additional questions.
Trustee Manieri and then Trustee Fong.
Yeah, I have a couple, and thank you. That was really helpful. Just the way that we were walked through it, I really appreciate it. I do have a couple of questions and then maybe just kind of an observation I want to share. Is there a way that we can understand what's going on? We kind of talked on it a little, we briefly touched on it, but what's going on with Comstock and CCLA after the boundary changes? Because I hear that there are a lot of issues when it comes to enrollment. I hear that there are students who, now they're assigned to Comstock, but they would prefer to go to CCLA, and parents don't know how to navigate that. And I can share all this anecdotally, but it would really be beneficial to support this with data. So if there's any kind of creative thinking that can go around understanding that situation so that we have that data. And I know that's kind of a large question, but it's kind of a question that maybe we can talk about another time. And in general, how are we understanding these transfers, motivations, and reasons why students or parents or families decide to leave to go from one school to another? I think the data around LC Allen is not surprising, but it is really telling, and I'm appreciative of that. And I think it would be great to have a conversation about reasons and motivations if we had that data somehow. And then I just wanted to make an observation, or just share an observation, that the schools, all of the schools with the largest changes in home, what are we calling it, homeschool versus current. So the students that opt to not go to their neighborhood school, or their families do, they're all on the west side, all of them with the highest numbers. That's just an observation I made.
If I might, we do actually collect the data in terms of open enrollment. And because we're still in the process of open enrollment, that is definitely something we'll be offering and presenting for the future.
Right, Trustee Fong.
Thank you so much, Rand. A lot of data to wrap heads around, a lot of numbers you put together. So good job. I'm wondering to our board, we're getting this data. When might we start to think about what this means for us? And when, we have to figure out when to make time to have those discussions, to make decisions, policy decisions about enrollment or transfers or charters or opening, closing schools and boundaries, all of that stuff. So that's something that we will be needing. So for example, here's just something I was looking at, comparing a couple of slides, putting them together. I'm looking at the Monroe attendance trending up because it transfers in. I'm looking back at a couple slides and it looks like 28 and then 25 transfers are coming from two different schools, Steel Lane and Brook Hill. So it just makes you wonder why kids are moving. I mean, that's significant, right? Each of them over 25. So Monroe gained almost 60 kids from those two schools alone. Just a wonder, right? And thinking about
how we're going to use this data. I mean, I think, to my knowledge, this is the first time we've had this type of information presented to us this way.
Which is why this data is so great.
Exactly. And so what do we do with it? And is it something that we can continue with so that we can see, the board can see, the district can see, families can see the trends as well? The trends are really important because that kind of drives us. It drives us to maybe a greater, bigger understanding of where we might need to give a little bit more attention, a little bit more support. I know, Anna, that was the design of this meeting in the first place, but this is great. And the hope is that we continue this, to continue these types of, maybe it's an annual thing, maybe it's a biannual thing.
Just to task ourselves, that means we need to spend the
Right.
time studying, talking, study sessions once a month, right? That third Wednesday to figure out policy for the future, because anything we talk about and this policy is going to be a year out in creation and planning and implementation, at least, not more.
We're very happy to bring this information forward. It has been a long time. And meanwhile, we have planning going on. We have fiscal planning going on. We have policies that continue, and we cannot make change doing the same thing we've always done. So that's why we're here, and please continue to ask the questions. Please continue to push us to provide you additional information.
I would also invite you. I would invite you, Superintendent, to, when we come back to study and discuss, to make observations, right, that we may not be noticing.
Thank you. Thank you.
Andrea.
Yeah, that was exactly my point, right? I think I get to sit on the other side of this dais in my day job. And one of the things that I would love to invite our experts, right, is all of you who work with this, who work with the people and the institutions that create this data, is tell us what it means to you, right? Tell us what your conclusions are. Please recommend and dream with us about what you need to do and what you need us to do in order to change those things in a positive way, right? And then I think the other thing that I just wanted to add is we want to see trends and understand what's happening. And we also, I love the point that you made, Superintendent Tranel. These are the places where we need to dump a bunch of love and a bunch of resources to say, this is why this is actually a magnet for you to be, right? Santa Rosa City Schools. This is why, we're going to turn this frown upside down with resources and love. And that's why, more folks should be heading in this direction, because we see those areas of need as kind of unused assets, right? Ways that we haven't figured out yet how to kind of lift up and elevate what traditional data is not capturing, what we can do when we listen to qualitative data, when we're capturing and analyzing that and really lifting up those stories about what people love about those school sites and why they chose to be in places that are bucking the trend. But I'm super, super grateful. And Director Van Dyke, I know you must be so fried from trying to play with these numbers over the last couple of days to get ready for this presentation. But I just want to tell you how grateful I am for the level of work that I know it took to get this together. Because it really is so helpful for us to be on a track together and in a very transparent way, tell the story about why we make decisions in the ways that we do with our whole community in the mix. So just so much gratitude tonight for your work. Thank you.
Just, for board members, for staff, this is a study session tonight. I also just want to say it's 7:18. If you're hungry, there is some food in the staff room. Okay, please, exactly. We're coming from long days. All of us are coming from long work days. Grab something to eat, bring it back in here, and we'll continue with the discussion. Just want to put that out there. You know what? Maybe we're just going to take just a 5-minute break. We do have some board members who want to grab something, and others, please. I'm hearing stomachs growl. I heard your giggle.
My computer earlier said you got the iOS update, and so I wonder if that was somehow. Oh, which is like, I'm just gonna go take a note right now. Let's see how you do this. And then. Having fun.
It's never gonna go. Maybe deal with you. She said, I'll buy you Halloween candy, $20. And Quinn was like, yes, and Ryan's like, no. And he was gonna hold out, and I was like, $20. All in all, we bought this, didn't cost $20. These bags are like 10, $12 a bag. And I do the math on it. She's only if you can keep it, she's only letting you keep it. And he held out, and he had her. Quinn was like, definitely, good deal, I know good deal. So then his reason was, he knew that if he held out for a couple of days, the offer was still good. So he got some, and Quinn's like, how come we got all this candy? And then, so then Beth like said, here's the candy. Now I have to eat all the candy. It's true, it's true, it's true. He was like, I know, Mom. Like, savvy negotiator.
Hi, everyone who is joining us. We are experiencing an outage on one of our systems here in the boardroom. Alegria, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you just fine.
Okay, that's part of the issue. We can't hear her.
You can't hear me at all?
That's the problem. Can we connect? Okay, thank you. 1 second, everybody. Looks like we are.
That's the word.
It looks like we are being reintegrated. Everyone, please just bear with us. Thank you. Steve was testing out the microphone.
Me.
I can hear you just fine. Can you guys hear me yet?
Yes, we can.
We are back, everyone. We're going to where we left off. We're going to hold our questions until the end of the section, and then we can come to the questions.
President Sheffield, can you put your microphone on?
Uh-oh, you cannot hear me. All right, how about now? Yeah. Okay, welcome back, everyone. As I was saying, we took a break. We're back on, and as we continue with the discussion tonight and presentations, board, we're going to hold our questions until we're done with that section, and then we can ask questions. We're going to try to speed things along a little bit. There's a lot of data tonight, and looking at the time, where we need to pick things up a bit. So I'm going to turn it back over to you.
Thank you, President Sheffield, board members, and Superintendent Trinnell. Special ed, I'm not sharing yet, sorry. Okay. Go to the share. There we go, and sharing. I'm Steve Mazzara, the Director of Special Education. Tonight, we're going to talk through some of our special education numbers, and I won't bury the lead. We want to reduce students in special education. We want them at their home school, and we want them in the general education as much as possible. So you'll see elements of us moving in that direction. And of course, ultimately, I'm going to say we're not quite there yet in many ways. And there we go. So not to be outdone by acronyms by Mr. Van Dyke. In special education, just a quick reminder, we are under federal law, IDA, Individuals with Disabilities Act in 2004. And the purpose of special ed is to provide designated types of instructions to address unique needs for students that are eligible to receive services, and is provided at no cost to parents and includes related services that students need to access their educational program. Special education in educational setting comes in two phases: an early stage, which is birth to age 2, and then it comes more in a school age, which is ages 3 through 21. And at the early age and the early stage, it also includes a lot to work with the families in a home environment, because that's obviously where the students are. And then at the bottom of the slide, a free and appropriate education is what the language has been determined is what we're talking about. Students qualify in special education, and the way they do it is, in essence, there is academic testing and there is cognitive testing. And for the majority of our students that I'll show you in the next slide, the majority of our students in special education have what's called a specific learning disability. And that means that there's a discrepancy before what their ability is and what they are performing at. And that's significant because if they are performing higher or closer to their ability, they do not qualify as much. So one of the things we're always working with our general education counterparts is how to improve their academic performance to reduce the discrepancy, to lower students that have to qualify. Now, that means students get referred for special education. Students can be referred from special education by staff members, from families, and from students themselves. They also, as a fourth, which is we're supposed to have a system that identifies them, and that's called Child Find. I'm showing you some of our numbers. I know these last 3 years have been very important to look at numbers. You'll see our referrals for special education in the 21 year, that's August 21 to June of August of 2020 till June of 21. And then last year, which is 21 to 22, and then currently this year. And we are at 225 as of November 1. Same time last year, we were at 250. So it is an extremely busy referral season. There's a lot of stressors in our system, and we hope this trend does not continue at the same slope, thus giving us the same amount of assessments we had last year. As I mentioned before, the majority of our students are what we call students with specific learning disabilities, and that's in essence a processing disability, auditory processing, visual processing difficulty, and that's what we're looking for. And the reason that number is so significant is that large bar, in this case 1,100 students, can be affected by better instruction, more universal instruction, and early intervention systems. In some of these other classifications, it may be genetic disorders, even nervous systems, things that cannot necessarily be affected by tier 1 classroom interventions. The students have that, it's with them, we providing services for that. But where we talk about reducing special education, it's in this SLD world where we can access their academics better. And that's what universal design and other programs are about. So in special education, we have types of services we do. The primary amount of specialized academic instruction, those are the minutes that an RS or an SDC teacher and ed specialist provide to students. There is obviously things like speech and language. And remember, speech and language is not just articulation and vocabulary building, it's also social pragmatics, which is a very large increase and a need in many of our students with autism diagnoses. Occupational therapy is obviously coordination and physical abilities. Adaptive PE is for those that have that so they can still access PE classes. And very popular, you've heard us to discuss this before, educationally related mental health services. Students that need counseling and other types of services in order to access their education. That's the definition. We're all familiar with dates and timelines, but obviously, in past an initial assessment, every year we have to review how the students' needs are doing, how their services are doing, do their goals need to change? And every 3 years, we're obligated to see, do they still qualify for special ed services? We don't do enough of it, but we wish that we would unqualify students. That would show successes in our programs. That would show we've reduced the discrepancy between their academic ability and their cognitive ability. And that's obviously our goal as much as we can. Exit students from special education. As I mentioned before, there's a cycle that we do. For those of us that have done classroom instruction and curriculum, it's the data cycle. It is describing what are the needs of the child, and we do that through data, through assessments, right? So we're testing all the time in special education. What are the goals that we may need to address those needs? What are the services that we provide to meet those goals? And where do we best do it in the setting? And just the last thing before I really hit some of the data is, remember, we are part of this tiered system. We are part of a system of instruction. Here, you've seen this multiple times in our MTSS. We are the very tip of that pyramid. And it's important that we are all connected. We want to be less. We want students to receive instruction and learning in their classroom with their peers at their home school as much as possible. And that's why working through those systems is really the goal of everybody. So our numbers in special education have been trending up. It is no surprise. We are at a secondary level of 15.8% in the last year. Our elementary rate is 12.9, as you see there. And since 2014, this is much longitudinal data that's how this is all data in DataQuest. So these are kind of certified numbers and pretty hard. I want to contrast that. When I average those together, 15% is what our district is, and our county is at 14%. So relative to our county, we have more students identified in special education. And then I layer on top of that the state. And the state is 12.6. You saw our county at 14 and us at 15. So we are far different than the state, and our county is far different than the state. So those are all goals that we need to do, and also indicates that, you know, Santa Rosa City Schools obviously needs work to do, but we are not that far out of the norm, which is brings us to my next slide. This very busy slide, but what I'm showing you over a number of years is our feeder districts. You heard previously, and you all know that we double our population at 7th grade. So this begins to look at why do we have higher disability rates, or identification rates at secondary. And you'll see a couple of our feeders come in with higher than our feeder rates. The two districts there, Rincon Valley and Bellevue, consistently come in with higher rates than we do. So when we absorb those students at 7th grade, it's naturally going to bump up. There's nothing we're doing wrong, if you will, at 7th grade. We are now receiving these students that already are qualifying. And in fact, we have to spend resources to try to reduce those services as much as possible. And so that's another layer. So we receive students, and you'll see there are some districts that have much lower rates at the elementary level. Then I want to just give a broad stroke of the students with disabilities that are served at their school site. So I'll just take the first one, the number of the percentage of students there at Albert Biela. 8% of the students currently enrolled at Albert Biela are identified with special education. So we have high ranges at some schools and lower at other schools. We range from 3% up to 17.6% at some of our schools. There's multiple reasons around that, and we'll come up with some of them here shortly. Now, the other layer to that is we use in special education the term school of residence. It's also could be considered homeschool. So we must remember that we serve our students at different locations. Not every school has the ability to serve all the students with all their needs. We have students that are in County Office of Education, students in non-public schools, students that are in residential placements, students that are in more severe medical programs could be placed at a different site, right? So this slide begins to look at the number of students that are from a home area resident. In this case, look at Albert Biela. 30% of those students are from Albert Biela, but served with disability status somewhere else in the county. And so you can look at that at all those perceptions, and I'll do the same thing here from secondary schools. Now, what stands out here is 41 of Comstock students. Now, my dear friend, my mathematician and non-statistician next door, describes there's an apple-orange thing not to be compared, because when I look at student residents, there are only 400 students in Comstock as we speak. But if you saw the previous slide, the students that were eligible, they're 200 off that leave. If I really were comparing that, I would compare the 186 students that are from Comstock geographic area that have disabilities and are served somewhere across the county. I would divide that by 600. However that number would be, I'd do that across the way. But it's fair to be said that there are more students in some areas than other schools. So there are some students that have a higher disability identification rate in those schools, depending on the students of that residence area. And I want to illustrate that in one of the programs that we try to work with here. So in this next slide, describing students with their school of residence and students where they attend school. So I'm a student with a disability. I have this school. We showed Biela at 8%. And we showed 31% of Biela students have disabilities served somewhere in our district. That's the difference between the blue and the red in this diagram. And if I change one more screen, I'll show you the secondary. And that gap between the students that are currently served and what is potential is kind of our goal. We are trying to serve those students at their home school in the variety as much as we can in their settings. So if you look at some, I identified Pioneer, Montgomery High School, even Creo, there's a smaller gap between the red and the blue. We are able to serve those students at their school, obviously is one of the pre-mentioned goals. So where we don't have, or where we have large gaps, we are strategically trying to locate programs to those schools so we could serve those students, maybe where their siblings are, maybe where their families and their peers are, of course, is one of our educational goals. So that's one of the things that this gap helps us identify is how can we identify schools where we need to open up programs. Whoops, one more. That ties into the next program that you know we've been working on and is trying to return students both to their district. These are return we have done from County Office of Education programs and trying to create those programs not only in our district, that's our first layer, but the next layer would be at the school as close as we can. And so every year we've been expanding programs and opening classrooms to fill that gap and try to get those students, not just back to Santa Rosa schools, but back to a close to a school where they attend. I'm going to leave kind of a closing slide. It is one of our obvious goals too. This gap here between the students with disability in blue and the number of students enrolled is a disproportionality. In this case, it's an ethnic disproportionality. We over-identify students that are Hispanic or Latino. That is no surprise. That is a statewide issue. And it also explains why perhaps some schools of residence also have an over percentage of students with disabilities. If we're doing that here, district-wide, that means it's going to be happening at those schools that have a higher Latino, Hispanic population. So as we work to reduce that, and we have bilingual school psychologists, we've done all sorts of assessments, we do things to really reduce that identification to make sure as best we can, it's not a language that is causing the barrier, but it really is a cognitive disability kind of issue. And so just as we're moving forward with this is data we see frequently because we're running our reports. We get reports from the county and the state. You know, number one, we continue to try to get intervention services to our existing students. We are struggling out there to fill the positions we have. We have instructional aid positions that you all know well about. We have 4 current vacancies in mild mod special ed positions. We have psychs and SLPs that we are struggling trying to keep and try to expand. So with those referrals that you saw that we've had in the last couple of years, as much as we are expanding, we are also struggling to try to make sure we get the current services as best we can to our students. We're trying to create programs and bring them back to our home schools as best we can in our neighborhoods where they can go to school with their siblings, go to school with their peers. We're trying to reduce the over-identification of our Latinx populations. We're trying to grow our tier 1 and tier 2 in the pyramid. The better we do in our intervention systems, the lower that discrepancy of their academic ability is, the less they qualify for SLD special education services. And oops, that's where I'll pause.
All right. Well, we'll bring it back to the board for questions. Trustee Flores and then Trustee De La Cruz.
Thank you. This is very insightful information. So I think I have like 3 questions. And one is just a clarifying question. So in slide number 82, which is the students served by that were served by SCO and now they're being served by Santa Rosa City Schools. I remember a couple of years ago, there were courses at SCO that were, collapsed, right? So I'm assuming that's why the number is quite low. I mean, it went from 200 to 86.
We still gotta, I think it's still.
Blue, there we go. There were redundancies at SCO. There were programs that we have created over the last couple of years that SCO also serves. And so we are building our program. And once we have a program and feel comfortable that we can serve students, then we're returning students there. There are some students we don't return, right? I have a meeting tomorrow with SELPA. We are not going to go return students that are excessively aggressive, called externalizers, or too high of medical needs. There's some pockets that are totally appropriate for County Office of Education to serve, but we've expanded our programs, our social emotional programs, our autism programs. We can serve those in-house locally. And the other thing we're doing in that, we're also using our feeders. And so we have 26 students that are our feeders, right? Those other 8 feeders that are at SCO programs, that if we don't go out and get them, they continue at SCO programs. And so part of what we literally are doing is we're going to those IEPs, identifying those students and having them come to our programs as a 7th grader.
Thank you. The other couple of questions in terms of the Latinx students who have been identified, do you have information as to how many of those are EL learners? Do you have that data? Because I mean, that's another identifier of over-identifying students who are English language learners because of the language, acquisition instead of an actual disability.
Seven hundred and
770.
Okay.
So you saw that our total numbers are about 2,500. 770 are identified as EL.
Okay. And in terms of the IEP process, once a student or students are referred to that process, do we have a system in place where students who did not meet the threshold of an IEP, do they automatically go through the 504 process as an identifiable sort of intervention?
I know. Okay. While it's not automatic, there's a large percentage that do. The disabilities presented could be a medical disability, could be presented to us. That is also, it's a subgroup of obviously working with students with disabilities. If it's more of an assessment and a learning, then not necessarily. But if their child also has, let's say, perhaps anxiety, depression, or ADHD, then in many of those cases, they turn into that. And we have, in addition, I think another 350 something students with 504s in our system.
Okay, thank you. And I'd like to know that data in terms of how many students were initially, referred as for an IEP, and how many of those were referred as a 504. And our numbers are slightly higher than the county and the state average. Is it because the county and the is under identifying students? Don't click on that yet.
Oh, I see how it works now. Thank you, brother.
Is it because the county and the state is under identifying under the child fine law? That's my question.
That was him.
All right.
Turn it off.
Oh, okay, there we go. I probably can't speak to before the pandemic, but certainly the pandemic there with all the referrals that are coming through, I don't think we're going to be able to see enough of the students identified that need services. The bell curve has changed. Everyone is a year and a half behind. And that means everyone could probably qualify in most circumstances if everyone went through that, but they obviously can't. We're looking at now larger discrepancies. So while we are trying to be very intent on child fine in this, especially in anxiety and students that aren't coming to school, we're really doubling down on that. I wouldn't say that necessarily the state is misread this. In the stuff, the conversations and workshops we go to, the difference in some of those numbers are probably more likely around R2, RTI and intervention programs. They are much more robust in other parts of the state. And that's what our conferencing and the things we talk about, you know, the things that happen in RTI that we are not as far along in some of those structures. And I think that's why they're keeping some of those rates down. And the state monitors that with us and monitors our over identification and puts us on significant disproportionality. And we've had that over the couple of years, but it wasn't for lack of identification. It was for, you know, in this last time it was white Caucasian students in non-public settings. Last time we had a disproportionality.
Is there a disproportionality between our Latinx students and the English language learner students identified? You don't have to. I'd like to know that.
Thank you.
All right, further questions, Trustee Flores? All right, Trustee De La Cruz?
I really appreciate Dr. Mazzara, the focus on kind of the strategies to reclassify kids and to also track kind of systemic inequity. So you said that there's like what we need to do is to reduce those numbers of EL kids who are classified as special ed and to track that, to make sure that we're not doing that. What are those strategies? Is it anti-bias training? Is it kind of double levels of check around? Like
Yeah, there's a number of things. I mean, so we've hired 2 bilingual school psychologists in the last 2 years. In the last 2 years, we've embedded one of those school psychologists in the Ed Services EL department so they can discuss reclassification and strategies together. We train our own school psychologists yearly in that, and anyone coming in gets a refresher on that. We use systems if we think it's a dual language student and there's relevance there. We have nonverbal assessments that the school psychologists can use to identify. They also have translators at the time of referral and assessment to make sure they're getting things translated correctly. But the other thing, and back to the child find, is, you know, the long-term ELs also indicate a couple of things, one of which could be child find. And that if in fact the student is not being reclassified at what the state considers a normal trajectory, and hence they become a long-term, that could also signify potentially there is a child that might have a learning disability because their trajectory for learning language may not be as quick as or as high as they should be. And so having long-term ELs could identify or should identify our system of child find. And that's another entryway for students into our system.
Thank you for that. Sorry, I may have missed this. Did we get data on our reclassification rates as compared to the county and the state?
You know, I think Ed Service has that data. I don't know if they're presenting tonight, but yeah, we look at that data with Ed Services.
Okay, and is there a similar process in the special ed process of kind of reclassification or of graduate?
Yeah, I mean, that's the dual identification that Dr. Castro was describing.
Okay. The last question that I had is, you know, we've heard from our ELAC parents how powerful ELAC is for them to receive information about how to advocate for reclassification of their students. And I wondered if you could talk a little bit about the engagement platforms that we have for our special ed parents and students to provide similar levels of information and parent education and involvement.
Well, thank you. We may be at an advantage because parents, you know, we have to have a parent involvement, every parent every year, and we can't really waive that right. Zoom has helped to have some remote access for families that need that. And it's really helped our participation. So we're passing data, and we have obligations, you know, for parent rights in English and Spanish or the language that they speak. You know, we have those kind of legal rights and formal ways that we have to get parent input. It's an IEP violation to not have meaningful parent participation. And so that means we really need to give parents their rights, their information, proper translators. We've improved our translation services and really done a number of things to make sure the parents at our school sites are not just getting someone that can speak Spanish, but someone that can speak IEP language and really make sure they understand that. So we've done a lot on that. That's over the last couple of years, we've really increased outside people that we use for translation services just for that reason, to make sure that's not an area where we just kind of try to squeeze by. So how that affects the reclassification rates, I will probably have to do some more work with Dr. Castro's team to see what we could be doing in special education. I know there's new things around the LPAC that I think Dr. Castro probably knows more than I would be able to about that process. And honestly, I'm sure we could work together further.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mazzara.
All right, well, thank you. I do not see other questions from the board. Thank you, Steve. And something that was just pointed out about, and maybe this is a positive of the pandemic, is utilizing Zoom to a greater potential for outreach, for instances just like this. I don't know, it doesn't sound like there's any sort of legal hurdles. We've been operating under this pandemic system, for 2 years. I'm hoping that we can continue doing that moving forward.
Yeah, ironically, in special education, it's not an issue. Our hearings that we have with CDE all too frequently are still on Zoom. So the judges obviously don't have a problem with it in a legal setting. So everything's a green light for IEPs, as long as you have appropriate access.
Great.
Electronic signatures is another good reminder.
Oh,
Yes.
that's another
absolutely.
one, yeah. All right, well, I think we're ready for Dr. Castro. Yes, no?
So we're going to jump around a little bit in the slides. I want to close out the conversation today, excuse me, with the CASP and the graduation data. So we're going to go down to slide 89, where Dr. Castro will walk us through some of our English learner data.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the opportunity, excuse me, and thank you for the opportunity to present this. Was a very valuable activity for me and my staff as well. To pull some of this, what I refer to as satellite data on our English learners. I'm going to go ahead and start here with this first slide, which I think really, oh, but then I can't see my notes. Oops, do you mind? Thank you, sorry. Okay, apologies there. Yay. Okay, on the first slide here, we have, this just some basic data information, some counts here. At the elementary school level, we have approximately 1,700 elementary school students that are identified as English learners, which is about 35% of our elementary student population. At the secondary level, that's about 1,600, which is about 16% of our secondary population. And combined, that's about 22% of our district-wide population. As I mentioned before, just based on the question that was asked, about 770 students are dually identified as English learners and are served currently through special services. Over this 10-year data that we're looking at here, you basically see that there's been an eventual increase in the amount of servants, ALs that we're serving over the last 3 years, this last year, after a decrease. Moving to the next slide. Long-term English learners are defined as students who have been enrolled in U.S. schools for 6 years or more and have not advanced to the level that's necessary on the English proficiency test in 2 or more of those years. On this chart, you'll see a little bit of a spike. It's odd there that at the elementary level, you see it low and then there's a jump. At Santa Rosa City Schools, we have 6th grade as part of our elementary district, and you normally don't see this count show up until secondary because of the fact that you have to have 6 consecutive years. So you get a certain number there that show up at the elementary level, and then you see the jump. Most of our long-term English learners show up in our secondary, at the secondary district. I think an interesting point to this is that recently, this year actually, the state based on AB 1868 has asked now districts and is accepting the responsibility as a state to track a new category of students called at-risk English learners, at risk to become LTELs. And those are actually defined as students who enrolled on Census Day, which is the first day of October, in grades 3 to 12, have been enrolled in a school for 4 or 5 years and are scoring at an intermediate or below the level 3 on the prior year administration of the LPAC. So that's a new category that we're tracking now. And really that's to focus on students who are where we're basically thinking they're going to become long-term English learners, and why not start actually watching their performance now by those criteria. Our current number right now, what we've gathered, is about 446 for that. Moving on to our newcomers on the next slide, thank you. The majority of our newcomers, about 60% or 292 are at the elementary school level. In kindergarten, they've been enrolled in school less than 1 year. Of course, you see some a decline in 2021 because of the pandemic, an increase in 21-22. And we're beginning to see a trend, that trend continue to increase as we get back to full-time in school attendance. And then this next slide here, oops, reclassified, okay. This is, I think the most important thing about this slide is that it really reflects shifts and irregularities in instruction, assessment, monitoring, and policies related to English learners as a result of the pandemic. In addition to a number of shifts that existed before that with respect to different standardized assessments that were used to support and monitor English learners. Some of those include the shift early in 13, 14, 15 from the CST to the SBAC, during which there was no criteria 2 for redesignation. Between the years of 2017, 2019, the South shifted over to the LPAC and moved from being administered in the fall to a spring semester administration. Also, the official reclassification count reporting period switched from Census Day to July 1st to June 30th. So basically, and you see here in the year 2020, 2021, the impact of distance learning also, and the variations in the proctoring of the LCAP. If you remember at all, there was like different shifts in policy with respect to what was expected, how LEAs were reporting, and how when they were being, the students were being offered the LPAC. It went off cycle in a lot of cases. So let's see here. That's it on that slide. For me, this has really given me an opportunity to focus on this information. Gives me the what, it doesn't give me the now what. And I think, but it does give me enough information to be able to start digging down in terms of some general trends as an individual who has worked with these students. And I think looking at the data, I get some general ideas of what needs to be done. And I think working with my team, we've landed on some first steps here. Of course, the Santa Rosa City Schools was due for a revision of the English Learner Master Plan. Some of the initial things that we've discovered looking through that, we're about a third of the way through, maybe almost halfway, is not a lack in terms of what exists in the master plan, but some irregularities with respect to implementation of what's in the master plan. As such, we've begun to, every single site now has what's called LARC, a Language Acceleration Review Committee, kind of like a SST focused on English learners. It also focuses on the intentional support of newcomer students, and then scheduling and supporting and identifying interventions for this group of students. Something that I think is resonating throughout a lot of the data here, and it's very important to me, and really is a really strong and cohesive overlap with the work that Mr. Mazzara does in special ed services, is really understanding what tier 1 and tier 2 looks like. And for us, one of the focuses is an integrated ELD in the classroom, and to what extent that exists and is being carried out with fidelity and integrity. My personal belief, and I've heard the conversation earlier about the identification of students and the overlap of students that are both English learners and are served in special services, is that our population, that the automatically believing that students need special services because they struggle in English is one of the reasons why we over-identify. And so for me, really focusing on the instruction in the classroom, tailoring learning opportunities for students, and understanding that different students need different opportunities to fill gaps is important before we look at referring students to special services. So really understanding what that tier 1 means in Santa Rosa City Schools. And one of the things that we've begun doing that is I've asked that principals present their flow chart of what exactly that looks like, so that I start getting an understanding from like across the board of what is your understanding of what we do with students when they're struggling in the classroom. So, and then the last one for me, reviewing our supports for this group, really, that we should always be looking at, this new subgroup called the at-risk English learners. And then the term that really, I think for us, it really resonates with me in Santa Rosa City Schools, the ever-else, which means any student that was ever an English learner. So students that have reclassified and move on. That better describes the students that are struggling in our community. Students that sometimes, for no fault of anyone, we're pushed to reclassify and then have not been supported and monitored properly. The law actually says we're supposed to continue to heavily monitor reclassified students for 4 years. I'll stop there for questions.
All right, we will bring it back to the board for questions. I see Trustee Flores.
Thank you for your thorough presentation. I mean, you read a lot of my, mind here in terms of questions. You mentioned that there were 446 lifers, right? I'd like to know lifers. Long-term, yeah, long-term ALs, yes. Thank you. Sorry. What sort of intensive sort of intervention programs do we have specifically designed for these students?
Oh, got it.
This one.
Okay, sorry about that. I think it's a combination of structures that are in place and interventions. So for me, my first task was to see what do we currently have. I'm noticing that we have a lot of structures that exist, but in terms of implementation, that's spotty. One of my main focuses is to make sure, like I mentioned before, is, for example, do we really understand what tier 1 means? Like if you go into a classroom and you see that a lesson is presented in one way and there's a group of students that haven't gotten it, that doesn't mean that you go immediately to tier 2. Have we explored opportunities for differentiated instruction? And have we explored opportunities to tailor structured learning experiences for students that don't fit the middle of that bell curve, which after a time like we've gone through, gets smaller and smaller. The number of students that you're going to be able to successfully, I think, meet the needs for in a classroom has gotten smaller because of so many things that have happened to our students. So for me, seeing the quality of instruction and to what extent can we nimbly make changes to our instruction in the classroom? To what extent are we comfortable looking at different instructional approaches? So it's a combination of structures, and then based on that, what do we have, and then how do we identify interventions? The 2 positions that we passed about a month ago are going to be focused on that. We're developing a plan, K-12, looking at what the needs are. For English learners. Mathematics is another one of our main focuses this year, of how do we actually design tailored interventions at the elementary level and at the secondary level that are going to respond to the specific needs that our students have. So even though some of this information is like all over the place, you get an idea here. For example, it's very clear that I look at this and I think it's quite possible that 1/3 of our students are never actually redesignating. So what do we do about that, right? We look at this and see at what point can we begin to intervene, what's happening at the elementary level, what's happening at the secondary level. So one of the things that we're doing right now, we're working in Ed Services to actually build that K-12 intervention plan. What do we do after school? And how do we tailor our summer school opportunities, for example, to meet the needs of these particular students?
Thank you. So I would like to see information, intentional set of information presented to the board in terms of how we are implementing these scaffolding services and how are we reducing those numbers to make sure that our English language learners have access to the curriculum, have access to all the resources that we have at at these schools. I mean, that is quantifiable, right? That's something we can look at. That's something that we can say, okay, yes, thank you for this progress, right? So I would like to see that maybe a year from now to see our numbers, and we can follow that information and we can follow those students, especially if they've been, in our district for more than 5 years and they haven't been able to reclassify. And then how many of those students out of the 446 are also identified as special education, right? And is there a misidentification because of language acquisition? So thank you. And in terms of AB 1868, I just need a clarification, and because you called them at risk, I like to use the word I promise, but are these the same students that are ever ELs, or are these the long-term English language learners?
Okay, I think I got this figured out now. And the long-term English learners, that a student that has, there's so many categories now, and it's kind of sad that California actually invented these with respect to being able to support English learners. Long-term English learners means you've been in the schooling system for 6 or more years and you're basically unable to reclassify. An at-risk English learner, which is actually the term in the bill, AB 1868, under section 313.1, are the students that I mentioned here were identified as, and it's basically 3 years or more, showing that you're not progressing on the exam. So basically, they've created criteria that flags them, and they're called now at-risk English learners. So that is actually helpful because when it comes to calibrating from one district to the next and being able to select instructional opportunities for students and professional development opportunities for adults, everybody kind of has a shared understanding of what they're focusing on. The ever EL is just a term to basically identifies a student who at any time was an English learner. And I consider that actually the most important data point for Santa Rosa City Schools, because if you look at our number of English learners in the district, which is a total of 22% about, and you look at the number of students that are struggling that would be a similar profile, it's much larger. And it's my guess is you add your students who are long-term ELs plus your ELs plus students that are struggling after reclassification, then you're going to get a score that's basically going to amount to the students that are struggling in the district. That's our population right there. So for me, that designation is extremely important. And I'm using.
That was me, sorry.
And I'm using that data actually to help formulate a strategy to support our students.
And lastly, in the slide name titled "Moving Forward," I think it would be important to have a timeline and there's somewhere as to what we can expect within the next 6 months, a year, 2 years from now, and yeah.
I have a timeline. I actually set a timeline for my staff, and we should be able to present in January at some point to show the progress of the revision of the English Learner Master Plan, under which I believe all of this is subsumed. And we've already begun to identify some very specific, right now, like 4 things that we can do in the classrooms right now that I think that are with the our observations and the support of our consultant and the redevelopment of the English Master Plan, English Learner Master Plan. We've identified some areas, so we'll be able to begin sharing that information in January.
Add just a few points to that. By the way, that's my assistant soup of ed services, dropping the mic on 3.13. So to the questions that were asked, the EL Master Plan requires us to dive into and be very specific about the data that we know and the data that we expect, and also our plan of action to assist our students in growing their language proficiency. So I'm excited that we're going to be on this journey, along with, I just want to call out Edviges Llamas, who is online with us. I remember a couple of years ago when she and I were talking, and we had a discussion about growing support within her department, and this board has supported that effort. And so we're very proud that we've been able to grow a support system that is going to get us to moving our students in.
Anna, we just lost your sound. Can you guys hear me when I'm speaking?
I could hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, okay, Mary just. All right, so I won't be able to hear you online right now, but you can hear me, correct?
Zooms out on Mary's.
Just on Mary's.
Unmuted.
I am.
Okay.
So I want to be able to address too that just in observation, having come from districts that were much larger and had larger staffs, we have some work to do in our district with training and understanding, because there was a shift in education several years ago. I'm still hearing about references to sheltered English classes for English learners, which is illegal now. That is why we are talking about integrated and designated English learner development courses. So just to be clear, integrated ELD means that we are providing scaffolds and strategies in the general education courses for our English learners. That is a requirement. We don't have IEPs for that, which makes it a little less sort of authoritative, if you will, in how instruction is supposed to take place. But it is the law that we do that. Also related, depending on the language learner, the level of language acquisition of a student, we are also required to provide designated ELD courses. Those would be considered sheltered, if you will, based on the level of the student's language proficiency, which we are expected after 2 years of being in the program that they would be, I think it's still 2 years, that they would go back into general education for certain subjects like English classes. And they would acquire, I think in the first year, English credit for the course that they take. Edviges can correct me later as we move on this journey to make sure that we are on track to serving our English learner community.
There's one more thing.
Yeah, you'll have to unmute.
Okay, I want to just make one more comment on that, because I think there tends to be a misunderstanding. A sheltered course often very easily turn into a remedial course, whereas a sheltered approach, like a SADAI approach, actually, where you're teaching the content and not focusing on the English, is very much a reasonable approach to this, and usually the best. And one of the things that I've been exploring is, for example, there are A through G approved SADAI courses. That is can constitute a very strong shift and understanding, where you're actually teaching the student can learn physics. It's an A through G approved course using a SADI approach, but it's not a sheltered class. It's not a class that is remedial. So you can teach students at a very high level, but they don't have to actually be performing in English. They can be performing and demonstrating the mastery of the concepts in their primary language. And that's a really important distinction that I think we need to make.
You're
Okay, well, I'm done. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear. Thank you.
One of the things that I've heard from fellow educators is that there is a lack of training in terms of what that SADI approach looks like in the classroom, right? How does that look like here in Santa Rosa City Schools?
So, and I wonder if we could invite Miss Llamas to share, so maybe promote her as a panelist, because she'll have firsthand, best hand. When the EL roadmap came out, I know that there was some initial training then, but that's been several years. And so it is very clear that we need to continue training here in order for people to understand how to implement.
Good evening, everyone. My apologies. My video is not on as I'm currently not ill at home. Thank you for the information. We do know, and we're very well aware of the lack of training that many of our staff members have received. Part of that work has begun, like this year, we are really focusing on the integrated English language development. We have Jeff Sweers, who is a well-known trainer from Stanford University, who is working with our 3rd through 6th grade teachers and also our math teachers to deliver authentic conversations and really begin to start discussing what those integrated strategies can begin to look like. We are also looking at a variety of models, one of them being GLAD, given that that is used at the elementary level, and really looking at how that can be implemented at the secondary level. And so up and coming for our January PD, we have slated some sessions that are going to be focusing on integrated ELD. The struggle really comes in terms of when these trainings can be provided. We offer some trainings, and then it's at this point we have offered them and it's a voluntary training, but we're looking at how we embed some of this training into what happens at the sites, and possibly we began also looking at release days so that our teachers in pockets of subjects can begin to be trained to be able to provide this support for our students throughout the district.
all right. Thank you. I see Trustee Fong.
This is such a huge issue, a tough nugget that we've been really working on, and all school districts work on for a long time. So Dr. Castro, I'm glad you're on board, and I'm glad you're on board, of course, and Edu is yes. So we have had a master plan for EL and a roadmap for EL for years. And you did give us some data tonight that shows where we are, and we're going to continue to look for it. But my big question for you is, what do you need from the board in terms of policy? If any other things in policy that you need to get us to move forward. So let me talk about a few more things. This is such intersectionality of long-term ELs. If we graduate these many long-term ELs, we are essentially dooming them to a lifetime of poverty, right? We haven't done them any favors unless they get something happens when they're 20s or 30s. It's really a tough road for them. And it's also what we teach, the curriculum. It's the A to G and the struggle that we are having with A to G, that students are having with it, that teachers are having with it.
I heard from a couple of teachers at one of our high schools who are teaching newcomers that after they have 2 courses with English, ELD, ALD, the kids go into academic classes in regular A to G academic classes with what they feel are not enough supports. So I don't know what supports are out there, but I think people are just clamoring for that kind. So whatever we can do in terms of how we shift money, how we spend money, our equity in it, everything. We need to continue to elevate this, which is why we're really glad you're keeping an eye on this, and the board will support you. This has a lot to do with how we're going to be doing newcomer school, more CTE, and not everyone's going to college, right? But everyone needs to read and write and compute and think and critically think at those high levels, whatever they choose for their post-high school. So this whole thing about everyone's going to university, that's not true, but that's never been true. But they do need to be doing all those skill sets. So we're supporting you. What do you need from us? That's the message.
Thank you. In a nutshell, and I could say a lot about this, but in a nutshell, I think you nailed it in one of the things that you said there. Regardless of what a student wants to do post-secondarily, regardless if it's a university or a trade, we need to continue believing that our students can think critically, regardless of their ability to speak English. And I've seen that already resonate in a lot of what we're doing and a lot of what I'm seeing from the board. And so, yes, it doesn't matter where I think the student ends up, but if we can continue to believe that they can think critically and default to that when students are struggling, and actually continue to put the onus on ourselves and say, what else can we try? Then I think we will have much more success. I'm just going to mention this really briefly. One of the things that I do as a professor with students, my students who are going to be secondary content area teachers in all 4 of the main content areas. For their final in my class, they have to present a lesson in 3 different ways for their students. Not one way, they have to present it in 3 different ways. And being an organization that embraces that and says, let's try something a little different, and that regardless of what our students do after they graduate, we believe that they can all think at the highest levels. I think we're on the right path.
Help our district by naming barriers that you see. What are the barriers you see for us, our kids, our staff, in getting to where we want to be, and for this board to support it with policy to mitigate those barriers?
I think I need more time in the classrooms to be able to determine that. But yeah, I know everybody's trying hard. So I think I just need more time in the classrooms, and just continuing to be open, like I said, to trying new instructional approaches. Yes.
Thank you, Trustee Fong. Trustee De La Cruz.
Thank you. So I understand that one of the challenges is actually passing the test, right? The state test for reclassification. And so much of this is learning how to take a test. And so and then learning what you're not doing well on that test. And so I know that in certain feeder districts, they're not going through those test results with kids or their families. And I'm wondering if that's a strategy that we've started to use, is going over the results of the reclassification test with students and their families to say, the next time you get to take this test is X date, and here are the 6 things that we want you to do to prepare for taking that test, because that feels like a hurdle that is really hard for us as a district to overcome, is this state barrier that's in place around the actual just passing the test. And so, just would love to hear about strategies that we're doing, that we're putting in place to really help us to address that kind of systemic barrier that the state puts in place. Because, I think all of you have said this with so much, passion and emotion, is that as soon as what kids need to do is to be mainstreamed, right? What kids need to do is to be embraced in a holistic sense of being students at our school in a full way, rather than isolated or quote unquote sheltered, right? Like the movement is towards integration. So how are we helping our kids to jump over that very first barrier of just passing that damn thing?
So I actually, I'm noting that. I think it's a good idea to look at the results and see how we could help students focus on particular components of the LPAC. That is not really a test that you pass. You have to have an overall score of it, and it's one of 3 major criteria. So even if you were to, do poorly on one, you usually don't. In some cases, you're going to have a spike in one and a discrepancy in the other, but I like the idea of focusing on certain components of the exam, and we'll definitely examine that.
Thank you, Trustee De La Cruz. Other questions from the board?
Can I speak to that really quick?
Yes,
about what
please.
we have begun to do? Thank you. We are back to having at the elementary level, grade level release days. And so the first part of those, there will be 2 grade level release days the school year, one in the fall, one in the spring. And this fall one, multilingual services focused on helping or reminding our staff what integrated and designated ELD is. Come the spring semester, we are going to be reviewing the LPAC assessment, the domains, and really helping our teachers understand what it is our students are going to be asked to demonstrate, for them to have an understanding and a better idea of what we need our students to do. We also hold monthly EL collaboratives, both for elementary and secondary, where the focus is to really look at the different tasks that the LPAC assessment provides, as well as Elevation, our data system, and being able to show what strategies and supports are available to our teachers so that they can slowly begin to integrate that into the work that they're doing in their classrooms.
Very good. Thank you. All right, I think we are ready to move on. Superintendent Trunnell.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen. I'm going to go up to CASP. Thank you, Ms. Yamas, for joining us. I hope you feel better soon.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Get some rest. Thank you, Dr. Castro.
So CASP, or the California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress. You heard information this fall related to the release of our CASP scores. You may also know that over the last 2 years, we have not engaged in participating in the state assessment test. In the 1920 year, no schools did because of the pandemic. And in the 2021 school year, in that spring of 2021, our district elected not to participate in the state test, but we did administer internal assessments, which was a requirement if we were not going to participate in the state tests. And I'll just say for the record, as we were looking at that data, because it was not mandatory, we had students that were in hybrid, remember, because we were returning that spring to in-person learning, we had a series of students that stayed remote, and we had students who were in person, and the assessments that we administered were not required. So we had a very low participation rate, and the data was inconclusive as far as what we could determine to be, bye, Julie. As far as what we could determine to be student achievement levels. So you don't see data through the CASP for those 2 years. I will also just mention for those who may want to, a reminder that the CASP assessments are for English language arts and mathematics. They also include our LPAC scores as well as our CAST scores, which is the California science test. So you're going to see some data in a moment that breaks those overarching participation rate and achievement percentages. And then I've provided some in an attachment, which I'll pull up, that data disaggregated by ethnicity and race. The grades who take the CASP assessment for English language arts and mathematics is 3rd through 8th grade and 11th grade. And so we will take a look now at some of that data. So looking at the data here, what I've provided is a multi-year span starting from the initial implementation of the CASP assessments in the 14-15 school year. Prior to that, we had a state assessment as we transitioned to the CASP, and before that, we were giving the CSTs or California Standardized Test, which is apples and oranges comparatively. So there is no, and the state actually asked that districts not compare the assessment scores of CST versus CASP because they were so uniquely different, as we also implemented the Common Core state standards of which the CASP is written based on. You will also not see history social studies results, which was assessed with the CST and is currently not assessed with the CASP. So there is a gap there. The top part of the chart, this is for elementary, which includes our charters, all the data together. The top part shows the participation rate. You want to have, the state expects a 95% participation rate or higher. And you will see that we have some dips in our participation rate depending on the year. And so you will also see that we do not have a consistent sort of longitudinal set of data, which really affects the story that we tell about our student achievement as it relates to CASP because of the years with the Tubbs fire and then also the pandemic and our choice not to participate in the state test in the 2021 school year. So and all of this data, by the way, is public. This is based on the state's website for CASP, where I pulled all of this information and then to tell the story on our gap years. So the top part is participation rate. The bottom part are our achievement levels. And it's really important to see over time where we've been as far as the achievement levels on these various assessments. I will call out that the CAST assessment did not come into existence until 18-19, and we were transitioning in the 17-18 year with LPAC, and we decided to implement and start the process of LPAC in the 17-18 year. So while we weren't doing other things, the LPAC was administered, I think back then, was it the fall still? No, it was in the spring. It was in the spring. So we felt more confident to administer the assessment at that time based on the resources, the people, and the number of students that we had to assess. You will see a drastic decline over years with some of our student achievement data. And as I have said in communications, both in district and through media, that we have to be very careful with how we judge the outcome of this data. What we will look at is disaggregation. Do we have students who have experienced trauma? Yes. We have adults who have also experienced trauma. So oftentimes we forget that it's not just about the students, but that the adults in our system who also lost homes, who know people who lost their lives through the many fires that we've experienced over the years, coupled with the pandemic, that people expected our educators to be on point 200% and forget about the trauma that they also were experiencing. So this has been a process. I take the 21-22 data as our base year data, which the state is also recognizing as sort of a new phase in how we move forward and looking at CASP data. So yes, we have seen declines. Historically, we barely break the 30 and 40 percentiles as a district. That is an issue. We should be seeing much higher percentages overall of students and their achievement. What does this mean? It means, and if I keep going, as we look at secondary, you will also see, as I've already explained, how the chart is written. You will also see variations in the data as well. There are high spots, when you start looking at particular groups and you also start looking at particular schools which I didn't identify all of that here for our time tonight, but would be happy to continue to explore school by school, because we did see schools and particular subgroups who saw increases in achievement as well. Again, this is just the very high level bird's eye view of the data that we've experienced over years. I will stop sharing. I want to push over to one of the attachments. Let me do that now. Sorry, I need to escape. And stop. How do I close that? There we go. So some of the reports that I have pulled straight from the website also gives you some ways to differentiate the data. This is a comparison between our elementary district and our high school district so that you can see side by side based on the 4 levels that are outlined in the CASP, where are the percentage of students fall. You're going to see a number of our students falling in that middle range, which over time, when we're able to, what we can begin to celebrate is seeing by cohorts. Right now, you're seeing static groups, but over time, when we are able to have longitudinal data, you can follow a cohort of students from, say, 3rd grade to 4th grade and on, and start to see the shifts, as I imagine will happen, moving them from the standard not met and moving up and pushing up into more higher levels of demonstrated proficiency. I would also like to share, as I pulled up these reports by ethnicity. So English language arts, this is specifically for the elementary school by race and ethnicity. I will just give caution here, as I know the state does. Once you start looking at this, again, it's all public data. Once you start getting into these reports, it's very difficult to not start identifying people by name. And so because of some of the smaller populations of some of our ethnic groups, you're going to see asterisks so that it doesn't inadvertently identify, but there are still breakdowns in the data because the numbers are less than 10. It doesn't mean that they're insignificant, and we know that we've heard comments like that in other spaces. They are very significant, but in terms of this report, because it is public, it is an attempt to protect the student's identity because there are so few in the district. What you can see, what I will point out as we start looking, and again, here we have just 3rd and 4th grade. That is because in 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 8th, because this is the elementary report, and we have some students who are in the elementary district because they're in a charter school that has 7th and 8th grade. The numbers for African-American students are lower than 10, and so therefore you're not going to see those achievement bands here. I will stop sharing this piece and come back to the PowerPoint. Oh, actually, so for high school, it's the same. And then next is graduation. So I'll come back here. What I do want to say to recognize is that we have inequities that are happening. This assessment is one period of time, typically administered in the spring. The test was initially a 4-hour test. It has now been per subject area, so 8 hours, just talking English language arts and mathematics, for example. That number has now been reduced. The state has decided it will reduce the amount of time. So the assessment is 2 hours per subject area now. And so our students took that assessment for the first time in the spring. That's the data you see for 21-22, and going into 22-23 or the spring of 23, we will now have our, hopefully, We will now have a second year of data to begin some real comparisons where we can start to follow students in a cohort model to see achievement over time, which then allows us the opportunity to drill down and talk about what is happening with curriculum and instruction, what is happening with supports, what is happening with third grade reading level data, what is happening in transition years between 6th and 7th grade, etc. The disadvantage is that we don't have data for 9th and 10th grade, which we used to have with the CST. So we get 8th grade data, and then we don't get any other data with the exception of science in 10th grade, ninth.
Senior year.
Oh, okay, 11 and 12, that's right, that's right. So we don't get any data after 8th grade until 11th grade. And I will just say this because in other districts, I'm feeling like deja vu when I say this, but I really think that everyone should understand that the 11th grade assessment for math, it is assumed that students have completed, or in their 3rd year, which is their 11th grade year, they would have completed about 75% of math 3 or algebra 2. So in districts that kept the traditional pathway of algebra 1, geometry, and algebra 2, this CASP assessment for 11th grade is expected, it is assumed that students have completed math 1, math 2, and a 75% of math 3. That is how the test is built. Or if you're a district that is offering algebra, geometry, algebra 2, that the students would have successfully completed algebra 1, geometry, and 75% or more of algebra 2. Those are the standards that are assessed on the 11th grade CASP. For English, they assess they have 8th grade English language arts standards and up to 11th grade. That is a part of that assessment. There are assumptions made about proficiency and successful completion of English courses as well. So you compound that with students with who need accommodations and modifications, which we do offer. It is required that we do that, and we do that willingly. And of course, we are prepared for that. And for English learners who also are taking the CASP, it is compounded by their language proficiency. So I'm going to stop here just around the conversation of CASP. We could probably talk for hours just about CASP.
Okay, we do have a question from Trustee Flores.
Just a clarifying question here. When you talk about achievement levels, right, in terms of percentages, that 10%, that 11%, those are how many students achieve proficient level, right?
Yes.
Okay. So in terms of reclassification, that goes back to Dr. Castro. I know the LPAC is one data point that we look at, right? Okay. What are the other data points that we look at?
Thank you. There are 3 basic criteria: the LPAC, a demonstration of basic skills, which could be at the elementary school level or at for the younger kids, like a DRA DIBELS, and the teacher evaluation. At the higher, the students progress through the grade levels, and it becomes like the SBAC, for example, that second one, which is the mastery of basic skills.
The SBAC. Okay, so if we look at the percentages that Superintendent Turnell just gave us, so we have about 11%, 12% of our students that took the LPAC last year at a proficient level. And then how many of those actually get reclassified?
I could get you that information. Actually, I don't have it in front of me. And I do want to clarify, it's the SBAC or one of these other measures that we have internally as well.
And I guess what I'm looking at is like,
Lost your sound again on Zoom. No.
All right, so can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you on Zoom.
Okay,
Well, let's continue.
okay, so, all right, what was my question? Oh. So in terms of, you can hear me now, right, Allegra? Okay. What was I going with this? Thank you. Systems and scaffolding in place to make sure that those students that actually were at proficient level have access to general education courses or the curriculum, right? So if 11% or 12% of our students who are English language learners are getting that proficiency level, what are we doing to make sure that those students get the supports that they need to be reclassified? So we're looking at, 30, 40 students per year that need to be reclassified. So
If I'm understanding correctly, you're saying that it would behoove us to focus on those students who have basically met that criteria,
right,
and make sure we track them through the DLA. Yeah,
Yes.
Further questions, trustee Flores?
no, thank you.
All right, trustee Paul?
It's a pretty quick question, later the answer. So we have CASP. Quick question. We have CASP. Do we have internal district assessments, benchmark assessments at 10th grade, 9th grade for English acquisition, writing, or math?
We're in the process of actually instituting NWEA maps, a wall-to-wall, like a calibrated assessment that we can use for that, as a matter of fact. Yeah, so I think I can't speak to what we've had before. My understanding is that it's been piecemeal or inconsistent. So we're in the process of actually doing that across the board this year. We've already gone through one iteration of the gathering the information for that assessment, and we have 2 more. And that's
Sorry.
That's in multiple content areas. ELA and math.
This is not to say that I'm a fan of more tests. That thing about weighing the pig doesn't make him, but how do we know where we are?
Yeah, you make a good point. I think it's important that this is not this is a formative assessment that would be used to actually design structured learning experiences. So it's a little different than like what I consider like an autopsy satellite level data, like an ASVAC. This is something that you've used that's intended to be used and calibrated so that teachers from one school to the next are able to have conversations about what's going on in their classrooms. And then help design the next step. Like you use this to design your subsequent lessons and approaches.
Or Rand's gonna be stalking you.
I think we've cracked the code here. I think maybe as we're progressing into the evening, we're starting to get a greater understanding of the technology here, limitations and how to work out the bugs. Okay, so board members, do we have other questions? All right. Well, Superintendent Churnell.
All right, so we're going to round out. Can you hear me online? Okay, so we're going to round out the evening talking about graduation rates. So there are several ways to look at the data. This data is public data as well on the DataQuest website. At I think my last slide, I've provided the link for anyone who wants to go there and continue to slice the data. So what we're looking at for the purposes of tonight is our 4-year adjusted cohort graduation rate. And what that means, it's the number of students who started with us in 9th grade, along with others who onboarded or off-ramped. So that's why it's an adjusted number, and did graduate, by that 4th year, whether they started with us in 9th grade or not. Okay, so it's a 4-year adjusted, meaning not just the cohort of kids who started with us in 9th grade, but any student on that journey to 12th grade. Okay. I've also given a couple of definitions here that come from the website just for you to understand. Still enrolled means that they're actually going to. Okay, hold on.
Mute yourself. Stephanie?
I'm not even connected to audio.
Oh, okay.
Okay, can you hear me okay? Okay.
Yeah.
I can't see anybody, so I'm hoping there's a nod yes.
Yes, we can hear you. It's fine.
Thank you. So the other piece is still enrolled means that they're going to stay with us for a 5th year. So there are 5th year seniors. These are students, for example, that we were serving and continue to serve through AB 104 and also the IGP now 3.0 as an example. And then dropouts are the cohort of students, obviously, who did not graduate with the regular high school diploma, did not otherwise complete high school, or are still not enrolled in a 5th year with us. I think that needs to be very clear that it's with us. Okay. So overall, these are not easy numbers to look at. We have seen a decline over 3 years. I could go back way further, but I figured for tonight we would just start with the 3 because 18-19 was pre-pandemic. I do believe we were still experiencing trauma in our community that year as well in 18-19. But you will see that there is a decline from 81.40% cohort, remember 4-year adjusted cohort in Santa Rosa City Schools 3 years ago to this last year in 2021 of 80.4%. Why don't we have 21-22 data? It's because the state is still calculating that percentage. Rand, Mr. Van Dyke could talk about the calibration that the state needs to do. It's not a number that we generate. These reports come from the state because they're also pulling data from kids who've left our system, who may have gotten a diploma elsewhere, right? So we're waiting for our 21-22 data, and we should see that in the spring. We're hoping in the spring. So, so I also am showing over the 3 years by ethnic group. You can see the number of students, and I've got it on the next slide, the actual numbers. I wanted to display the data this way because it's a little misleading if you just lay numbers, the actual numbers on this slide, because of the variation in the actual number of students we have. But you can see that of our African-American students in the 2021 year, and I only focused on this year, on this particular year, 71.10% of our students graduated with a regular high school diploma. There were 5.3% who were still enrolled. Those were our 5th year seniors. And then 21.10% were dropouts. You can see as you go along, our Filipino students, 100% of our students who were enrolled with us as seniors by that 4th year, 100% of them graduated by this data. You can see that there are increases in the number of Hispanic or Latino, and I don't think we fully explained why we're continuing to classify the data as Hispanic and or Latino. That is the way the data is reported to the state. That is a requirement. And so we use the term Latinx in our district typically to talk about our Hispanic Latino students. But we're wanting to be consistent because this is the data that is available to the public. By the numbers, which is you can see why I wanted these slides separated. There is a stark reality of the lower numbers, which demonstrates the fewer students that we have for example, who are African American, our Native students, even our Asian and Filipino students, Pacific Islanders, compared to our Hispanic, Latino, and our white students. It is uncomfortable data to look at when you see a cohort of students like our Hispanic, Latino students, 158 of them were dropouts. That is too many students that we are failing. And we have to be better about how, even outside of the IGP 3.0, which is not going to reach everyone, how are we ensuring that 100% of our students are graduating? That is our goal. I am not satisfied with any other types of data other districts might see in the 80s, in the 90s. If there is a single student who drops out, who does not graduate, we have failed as a system. And so we have to find ways, which I don't have all of the answers tonight, but like, for example, talking about IGP 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, which was implemented for very good reasons. We will be bringing forward data in the future to discuss the trend of whether IGPs and that process was successful and for how many students. So that is trend data that we will be able to bring to you. It's a very data collection process that we are going to be starting. It will take the collaboration of all of our sites on that data gathering and how we have organized that data into our own student information system in order to track that information as well. So you can see again here, 1920, the population of students, remember that will fluctuate on a 4-year range. And again, the number of students, which you can see a trend that are Hispanic Latino students just over these 2 years. And if I go even a year back to 1920, we repeatedly see that a very high number of our Hispanic Latino students are not graduating, and we have to do something about this. Some of the work that we are doing, not only around IGP, but how we're going to be building in interventions, which includes how we assess and understand in real time how our students are moving forward in their graduation readiness. We are hearing the conversations about A through G. And I was a part of a panel that asked a question about what is A through G. So I just want to mention that here, that A through G means that, which the state, for example, requires 2 years of mathematics. Our A through G graduation requirement requires 3. And what that means is that we are asking our students to take a 3rd year of mathematics in our system towards graduation. It is also mirroring what is expected for UC and CSU application requirements, not necessarily the fact that they're guaranteed going to be accepted into a university or a CSU, but for application requirements is required 3 years of mathematics. We do have a waiver process for that 3rd year of math and also for the 2nd year of world language. And we do have some students and families taking advantage of that. I think we have some more discussions to do and information sharing on the options that are available, because the trades in our community are also very important. We have several trade schools in our community where several of our students want to immediately go into the workforce. So what does that mean when we're talking about, will it be a deficit?
Lost sound again on Zoom. No sound on Zoom.
Yeah, I can't hear Anna. And I don't think they could hear us.
We won't be able to hear you on Zoom right now. Okay, I apologize for that. We will hopefully reboot and be able to hear you in a moment. I'm going to reshare my screen. We're very sorry for the technical difficulties. I think we've pushed the limits of this particular space, and we will definitely make the necessary adjustments for the future. So what you can see here is by high school over years. Again, this is just high level, not breaking it down by ethnic group. I've given there's a lot of data mining here. And if we had more time, and certainly we're going to be able to speak about graduation rates more robustly in the future. In the meantime, I've given the link to DataQuest. You can drill down by school to see all of this data broken down by gender, by ethnicity, and I'll share some of that high level data with you in just a second here. What you can see is that we have a trend down by school, with the exception of Montgomery, who took a dip 2 years ago and has come back up with their graduation rate. They're the only school in our district right now that has seen growth over 2 years. Everyone else has had a dip. And what we do know is that with the pandemic, that we have communities in our school system that had less access to some resources. We also have mental health in our community that affected how students showed up for school, how we conducted school, and that widely affects sort of the outcome of how students decided they were going to graduate, or the system that we had in place to support them in that graduation effort. I'm going to stop, I'm going to exit here for a moment, and I want to transition over to this attachment that is on the agenda. This is over years. You can see by ethnic group over years the trend in graduation percentages and the numbers on the bottom. So you can see that trend-wise, our Black and brown students are definitely not graduating at the same rate as our white and Asian students, for example. And we have a responsibility as we think about serving our students and how we are being very intent on that being culturally responsive in serving our Black and brown students. There is some work that Cabinet is doing that we've been doing for several months now. And then I want to speak to what's happening through Ed Services with the street data work. But as a Cabinet level, what we've started doing is drilling down to the single student level, which we could not provide you obviously tonight because that reveals identities. But we are looking at how our data trends, where is the sort of starting point that we can understand our future dropout rates, or how we can prevent our future dropout rates, how we can decrease them to zero. And personal work that I'm doing in my role as superintendent is focusing in on middle school. What is happening at the middle school level, because those 2 years are promotional years before students get pushed to 9th grade. And what resources were made available to students, what interventions were made available to students. We have 8 feeders for elementary, but all of them come to us for 7th grade. So how are we looking at that middle school, those 2 years, and what we're doing there before we promote them on into 9th grade, where the graduation credit time frame and timeline begins for them. I think your mic. Yeah.
Just the laptop. There we go. To that point, thank you. I'm wondering, are we also looking at where the students are coming from as they enter into our middle school? I don't want to create like an uncomfortable question, but this is getting us down to the, and then being able to follow where those students are struggling, at what point they're struggling. Are they struggling in middle school and then it continues on to high school? And is there a correlation or a connection from the school that they came from?
It's I don't. Are you muted?
I'm muted.
You can mute now.
I think that's what you're asking is a complex question that we have some of the answers for. That is what school a student comes from. At the 9th grade level, we inherit additional students from outside of the district. I also am doing a study, a slightly different bend to it, around seniors and their 9th grade proficiencies. But that's part of the work that we're doing, is coming up with who our students are, where they're coming from, and then what's the outreach that we can do with partner districts. We also know that we're missing data for 7th and 8th grade students in terms of grades. And how can we go about collecting that information? And when I say I'm missing data, what I mean is, if you're new to our district as a 7th or an 8th grader, well, if you're new to our district as an 8th grader, for instance, we don't have your 7th grade grades. If you're coming in new as a 9th grader, we don't have your 7th or 8th grade grades. And there is a method to input that information in, but it's rather laborious in terms of labor. So only recently started having some conversations around, well, we could create a data spec and ask our partner districts to provide that, so that we have a fuller picture of our students. Fortunately, the CASP system has made some really positive changes in that we now can collect the testing data of our students new to us. So we're able to go back a few years and collect prior year scores. That's great news, except that the prior years haven't been great testing years. So we have some things in place to help us for the
moving
future.
forward. And I know the inner complexities of this. I mean, this even goes back to Steve's presentation, on early identification of students as well. But the reason why I brought it up is because I think potentially it could be used to help us identify moving forward strengths, weaknesses as we look at A through G as well, because then we'll be able to identify what students might be lacking at that earliest level when they come to us, maybe in middle school. So I didn't mean to interrupt you, but.
I'd like Dr. Castro to talk about the data work he's doing and his team is doing.
Yeah, just briefly, a couple of things. One of the parts of the math focus that we've been discussing as a group and with Joe Bowler from Stanford is that, like, the students that come to us, what kind of math skills do they bring? And we have a survey that we're going to be putting out. Hopefully that's going to be helpful with that, because we got all different sorts of things coming at us, and so all different levels of preparation coming into the secondary. And then on top of that, the street data work that we're doing in ed services with the principals, which is really aside from the satellite level data that we get with aspect scores and all the and the different ways of students being measured, getting to know the students and actually doing interviews and asking them, for example, what are their experiences, what experiences do they bring, and how we can capitalize on those. So really focusing on getting to know students and trying to see what kind of trends are in the classroom right now, and what things have worked for them and what things have not worked. That for me, and I think that's been what we've decided to be our approach for this year, to try to make some sort of sense of the last few years and the data that we're not ever going to be able to get, that there, of what happened in the last few years, just basically directly speaking to students and families to get that sort of information.
I do appreciate that. Thank you. Sorry, Superintendent Trinell, I didn't mean to interrupt, but we were on a subject area that I had taken a lot of notes as we went through all of the presentations, and it culminated down to this. So.
I think I'll just, I will stop here. I've also provided a couple of reports in the attachments around gender, and you'll see trends in gender. We actually have, there's a positive point for our Latinx females. There's a year where we had 0 dropouts. And so we want to continue to understand what happened there, how we continue to manifest that going forward. And so there's still a lot to understand. The push and the pull is that we have students right now that we need to serve.
Yeah.
And at the same time, we're having to spend the time to understand what's going on in our system and the systems around us so that we can make better decisions and be more informed about programs and services that are going to support, like our extended learning opportunities, which are going to be growing by leaps and bounds through the additional support that we're getting financially through these grants, as well as the A through G grant, which we have not forgotten about. So lots of work ahead. The other piece that I will just mention for those who are listening, and also Ms. Brady Long, who is one of our wonderful teachers. When we talk about all of the resources, we have money, a pocket of money for this, a bucket of money for that. At the end of the day, it's the same individuals who are responsible for implementing all of that when we think about the classroom level. So we have to be very mindful of the additional support staff that we have available to us to make their lives easier to do their jobs. And so as we close this data conversation today, I wish that we had an army in Rand's team, our Assistant Superintendent of Information and Technology Services, to be able to unpack and make regular reports like this. It takes a lot of time to do data mining. It is also our responsibility to do this work. One of the shifts that we are making this year is not planning, well, there's going to be a message soon by me, but we are not doing any professional development without understanding why we're doing it. We are not going to purchase any more programs, curriculum, etc., outside consultants without understanding why we are doing it. And if we're going to understand why we are doing it, we have to look at our data first to understand what we know, so that we're not shooting in the dark or feeling blindly and hoping and praying that what we're doing, sort of the spray and pray approach, is going to work. That is no knock on anyone's work. Everyone is working extremely hard, and we have a mountain to climb, but it's worth it for our students. And I want to thank you for this intent time. It's the first of many conversations that we will have around data. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we do have a question from Trustee Flores.
When don't I have a question? So in terms of we've looked at the IGPs, for the last 3 years as a Band-Aid to a systemic issue and problems that we've had, so I think it's time as the board for us to start looking at what sort of new policies we need to implement to make sure that we're not playing this catch-up game of putting Band-Aids to where there is a systemic sort of problem. So I just want to say that out loud. So what sort of policies do we have that are impeding our student success as measured by the graduation rates? And then I looked at Ridgway, and I think Director Fong and I have asked to start looking at different ways to implement something that is more targeted to the students that attend Ridgway. We have the square pegs into round holes approach at this moment because we haven't done any sort of systemic changes at Ridgway to meet their needs. And I think that graduation rate of 68% is very telling that we need to do something drastically different at Ridgway. And I think you've already heard from this board that, what we want us to go. And I like to see more of that. I know we visited, Auburn, and we visited a big picture, school out there, but we haven't heard anything or any other developments after that. And that was about a year ago, I think. And it just saddens to see that the graduation rate at LC is 70%, right? I want to know, what sort of intentional interventions are we doing to make sure that the graduation rates are higher? Now, I looked the data that you gave us here, right? I believe one of the reasons why it was so low in terms of our female Latinx students is because of the IGP, and a lot of our students took advantage of that. But that, like I said, it's just a Band-Aid, and I think we need to start moving away from this Band-Aid approach and start changing our systems, and that will require a very difficult conversation with us and the community to see what that may look like. Thank you.
In terms of Ridgway, as you know, we have a new principal at the site who has been digging in and doing work with the staff. Before we bring in a program like Big Picture, which is still a part of the future potential at that school, it's rallying the staff. I believe there was a turnover of almost 50% of the staff over this last year. And so there's a need to recalibrate as a team and understand the belief system and also the processes and practices at that school before we layer in any program, which is going to be very beneficial for our students at Ridgway. So I'll bring a report later to the board about what progress is being made there. The other thing that I want to mention is there are a lot of things that we can do to throw at students. If they ultimately do not feel safe in their educational system, if they do not see themselves as graduates, we're already defeated before any intervention that we can layer. So part of the work that I believe our district has the ability to do is help students see themselves graduating. And that takes a lot of heart work to verbalize to students that they can do it, that we're going to remove barriers to get them there versus identifying the gaps and the pitfalls that they've experienced, but having them articulate, which is really beautiful work that's happening at LC Allen. As you know, we're looking forward to bringing an update in January about the work that's going on between CCLA and LC Allen. And so hopefully see the fruits of the labor where our students have been empowered and have agency in their educational experience, which is something that we need to replicate at all of our schools to see, especially that our Black and Brown students also see themselves and can articulate that they want this and that we are going to get them there.
Well said. Thank you.
Sure.
I just want to add that coincidentally, as part of the street data work, they've been conducting interviews with students about trying to help them understand, give them agency and understand their process, not only K through where they are now, but beyond the school, and begin to have conversations about how the school can support them better, and how, and they've been having conversations, for example, specifically about grading, which I think is fantastic, with their teachers and how they feel as students and how it's affected them, and how they can see themselves as students crossing the stage. So I think it's important to mention that they're already beginning to have those great conversations at Ridgway as part of this street data work, where we're getting to know our students better and having them see themselves as having a place at the school and having a place in the community beyond the 12th grade. So.
Well, and speaking to Ridgway, for board members who haven't attended a Ridgway graduation, it's amazing. It's a different feel than you'll get anywhere else, because you know that these students started from different points, and you can see the pride in them, in their families. I'm glad that we are moving forward with giving a little bit more attention. We know through data, definitely, but we know where that attention is needed there. So I just want to say that to board members as well. So Trustee Fong.
Okay, I apologize. I know that I have a tendency to throw bombs into a discussion sometimes, and Anna, you're very patient. You thank me and, we move on. You've heard me. So IGP, right? 3. We cannot have that anymore. Kids who are graduating with 130 credits are not, what have they learned? What can they do? What do they understand? It is not, yeah, we're giving them a diploma, but we're not really serving them in a way. So I know it's our stopgap, and that's what we did, and we did it well. I think one of the big elephants in the room for me is when we visit classrooms, when I visit classrooms, and I've been in a fair number recently, it is so clear. It is instantaneous almost, where kids are engaged in that classroom and kids are not engaged in that classroom. And it has everything to do with the teacher. It just has everything to do with the teacher. Now, kids are gonna have a bad day. You're never gonna be able to reach everybody. But whether that kid feels agency and is excited about learning, as interested in their graduation, has to do with what's happening in that classroom. And so what is the barrier that we need to support teachers in different ways, or what do they need, or what's happening, so that we are also paying as much attention to our educators who are delivering the touches in the classroom to reach kids so that kids are doing well. So it's not just about us, district policymakers, top-down stuff. It's like what's happening. So for example, the LCL and I don't know the name of the team, the whole school that is really looking at student-driven decision-making. It's fantastic. It's really great. I can hardly wait to see what's happening in LCL. And so other conversations. And then finally, I want to say to the board again, let's schedule time together to spend time talking about policy that is going to move us forward to help get this work done. And if we're talking about transformation, you mentioned it, Dr. Castro, grading, you mentioned at Ridgway they were doing grading, but there are teachers in our district who are really transforming their grading practice so that grading is not a negative, oppressive thing. Grading is a learning, the learning cycle. Versus a negative thing.
Yeah.
So how do we keep pushing that? Because there are teachers who are doing that. They're doing it brilliantly. Let's champion that. Let's grow that. Let's support teachers in discovering that, because I think grading can be a very transformational thing for our graduation numbers.
Just a point of clarification, IGP 3.0, the floor is 180 units, and it is intended to be, this is intended to be the phase out year.
Thank you, Trustee Fong. Board members, other questions, final questions? Okay, well, tonight's study session is part of Superintendent Trunell and her team's ongoing effort to share the data with the board. And in many cases, this is the data that we requested. The intention, which has been stated, is to help the district understand and react and respond, dig deeper, to allocate the resources to the programs and the services that go directly to the students to help them, to support them. And even for the board to implement policy, as Lori has talked about, when needed. You all know, and the board knows, that we're data driven. The board's data driven, the district's data driven. So now for us board members and for Superintendent Trunell, how do we use this data moving forward? This, again, as I stated earlier, I've not been part of, in my years on the board, part of a discussion quite like this. So, for me, it's sort of priming the pump to where I need to focus, where the board needs to be focusing, to direct our attention to areas where we want to see greater focus. So the board has made some requests, some more information that we would like to see, maybe some timelines, the delivery of the data, projections and plans of action. All of this has been discussed. We'd like to see this data. I do want to turn it back over to you, Superintendent Trunell to sort of end us on what we do. This was a huge data dump. And, you know, I've been sifting through this for the last couple of days, but now, you know, we've had a discussion around it. We have the data, we have the information, the way that it was presented. I loved the way it was presented. I thank all of you. And Vicki, thank you for stepping in tonight as well. What's next?
So there's a 10-part plan. No, just yeah, right.
It's one, right?
That's phase one, yes. So there's actually, you know, there's so much data available to us that we don't take advantage of, or we take advantage of it's only certain points of the year. We'd like to actually start drilling down a little bit more. Obviously, we would like to bring back some of your asks and look at some of those trends in different ways. But we'd like to start looking deeper at some of our student achievement data. I think we want to start looking at some of the ways that this board has been promoting ethnic studies and our graduation rates. How are we doing? Can we follow our first cohort of students who started taking those courses? So I think we want to start looking at some of our specific course data. I think we need to bring back our A through G data.
Yeah.
So I think there are some additional layers that we want to look at that help to tell our story. Meanwhile, what we are going to immediately be doing is, as we move forward with planning, with anything that requires financial support, we are going to be using data first to make decisions about what we do. We have heard feedback from multiple entities, including SRTA, that as contracts move forward, what are the metrics on that? I think we agree. It's very easy to allocate funds to, and I'm not trying to be flippant or simplistic, because we do need a lot of help. And as a community, that is why we partner with many of our community entities, because this is a village and they have expertise that only a few of us have here, that they have spent explicit time being able to be that expert. And so we do expect the ability to bring in those outside resources as needed. We also have to demonstrate how is it working. So we're scratching the surface tonight. We will definitely be looking to see how we can plan regularly to have data discussions. I think that has to become first and foremost an understood and expected part of our system. That is not sliding anything from the past. We have made decisions in this district, always keeping the heart and focus on people. And I believe this board, and I believe in this board to continue to keep us in that trajectory. And I believe we have the people in our system who are going to be able to follow that direction and drill down to seeing the people in our system first. It takes mindset shifts. That is not something that I can necessarily demonstrate on a chart for you, more than I can demonstrate our student outcomes as a result of the people in our system being all in for kids and doing what it takes. And I believe we have the people in the system to do it. It feels like an octopus sometimes because we're doing so many things simultaneously. And sometimes we have people wearing many hats, the same person wearing many hats to get that work done. So the answer to your question is we're going to keep looking at data. We're going to keep asking the hard questions, and we're going to keep drilling down and layering out, what if this, what if we looked at it that way? That is why we appreciated bringing this information forward, because as a think tank, we can definitely do more collectively and think about how we look at outcomes later. Okay. So that our next order of business is to review what we've discussed here, how we can get the data that you were requesting in different cross sections, and then planning for our next data conversation.
Great. Well, thank you again. And, you know, we have that rainbow chart on our board agendas, our strategy priorities, strategic priorities, and our check marks. Data, you know, is it data driven? Could be another check mark. That way we're keeping ourselves in check as we move forward with policy and the way that it's presented to us. I'm going to put this before the board. Yeah, you know, this was pretty useful for us periodically. Maybe moving forward, we could have data check-ins, other study sessions. Is this something we want to do annually or maybe somewhat regularly? Is this seeing you know, some nods? It's just twice a year. Yeah, we can check. We can, if we were to do it twice a year, it's a way we can kind of you know, check ourselves.
Well, can I recommend that we figure out how to do this in a more bite-sized chunks with a real deep
Yeah,
dive?
instead of a data. Well, this is a big step.
Well, and I to Lori's point earlier, right? Like, let's drill down into like really addressing a specific area with some, you know, maybe starting with some of the additional data that the board has requested tonight in each specific area, you know, in a quarterly way kind of throughout the year. So just being really intentional about saying we're going to focus on graduation rates.
Yeah.
We recognize that graduation rates has everything to do with, you know, special ed reclassification and EL reclassification, right? So like they're all going to flow in, but how do we kind of take each of those and build on them over the year together? Because this felt like we're drinking from a fire hose, and I'm sure staff, you're in a very similar place, especially, you know, on just it's all just a lot.
Yeah.
And too much to be thoughtful about in one moment. So
But a good starting point. We did have to start somewhere. So Trustee Fung.
absolutely super excited about where we started.
So we actually have plans to bring that data straight to a board meeting to talk about Panorama first, because that's the first round of data. Youth Truth will start after the first of the year. So we'll bring that data when it's done, and we'll bring that straight to a board meeting.
Or qualitative data.
Yeah.
Good. All right. Well, nice job, everyone. Really a lot of information, but a lot of really important information. I like Alegria's suggestion of bite-sized chunks moving forward, but it was great to have all this at us because it gives us something to think about. So unless there's anything else, Superintendent Trunell, to add? Anybody? All right, well, we will adjourn the meeting. Great job, everyone.